Yo, and we are live, man. Yo, this is Set with Satan Comedian. I'm back with another one for you guys, man. Today we got a nice little lineup because this man Vivek apparently was, I guess, talking ish on American culture, and well, Maga pulled his card. Let's get right into it, and we got a little bit more lined up for y'all, man. But make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the video. Let's go.
Musk and Vivek. President-elect Trump supporting Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy after the two backed H-1B visas for foreign workers, telling the New York Post, quote, "I've always liked the visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in H-1B. I've used it many times. It's a great program." Our next guest, though, is not sold on Trump's claims. Joining us now is American Majority founder and CEO Ned Ryan. Wow, a lot of confusion around this because, as you know, Ned, and first of all, welcome and Happy New Year. As you know, Donald Trump had a lot of criticisms for this program and said there were a lot of abuses of it. Elon Musk has now come out, Vivek Ramaswamy, and now Donald Trump told the New York Post this. So what is your take?
Well, my take is the entire conversation started around increasing the number of H-1B visas, which was precisely the wrong place to start a conversation and expanding what is a broken and abused system. And I think a lot of people can acknowledge the H-1B visa system is broken. It's been abused. Elon posted some things last night that I think would be a nice starting point, that you have to significantly raise the minimum salary and then add an annual cost to these H-1B visas to maintain them. I think we have to get to the point, Rachel, where we make it prohibitively expensive to have an H-1B visa to really focus on having those truly exceptional people come in and use them. But Rachel, I think the thing has to be the thing that has to be discussed is the fundamental issues around this whole entire debate. Is that America fundamentally is not an economic zone. We're not some global storefront. Americans should not be treated as second-class citizens in their own country because
Exactly. And there's a lot of stories of, well, honestly, people who were expecting a promotion, but instead they're getting replaced by an immigrant, a person they could pay for less to come in and do their exact same job. So yeah, if we're talking about America first, right? Then why are y'all standing on this whole, H-1B visa? And there's other visa programs that are way more acceptable to the American people than this one right here. And it's crazy that, Vivek is protecting it.
So Elon tried to defend this program by saying that it really only represents about 85,000 applicants per year. And of that 85,000 applicants, they're only grabbing 0.01% of the highest identified talent. So he framed it as America being a team. You want your team to win. Sometimes you got to go weird places to do your recruiting.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. There's a better version that they don't use.
What's that?
I think it was O1A visa. There's a different type of visa. We're going to get into that one later on in the show, guys. Make sure to like the video and let's spread the conversation. Double tap that screen.
Federal policy allows billion-dollar corporations to hire foreign workers at under market wages instead of paying American workers full wages. So if we can start to frame the conversation that way and understand the system is broken, it needs to be reformed, and the American people should actually be prioritized in all things, that really is the message of America first.
Yeah, and that's always been Donald Trump's message, which is, I think, why some people are a little confused by that statement.
Okay.
Well, I think probably what's truly indicative of where Donald Trump's second term will go on this is the fact that you have Stephen Miller in the White House, and he will be dealing with some of these issues like the H-1B visas. I think Stephen Miller has made it very clear how he feels about H-1B visas. The system has been abused. There is need for reform. And I think you actually, the starting point in the conversation with H-1B visas is how do you actually reduce the number to truly bring in those that are exceptional and not let it be abused. So I feel pretty confident that Stephen Miller and his reform ideas on H-1B visas will truly be what will happen in the second term.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would think it was a good idea to not allow another Elon Musk into the country. We obviously want the brightest people to come here.
Truly exceptional.
Truly.
Yeah. That's the problem. I think Vivek and Elon Musk's argument is that y'all are the exception, but y'all speaking up for the scammers, the people who get in here and then run off. Like, y'all are not speaking up for the right people. Like, y'all kind of is like, it's kind of like this. Yeah, like we're not trying to take out the whole visa program. We're just talking about certain parts of it. Certain programs under visa shouldn't even be allowed. That's it. But we're gonna get more into those.
exceptional people, of course, but we have, thousands of people doing coding jobs. And I know a lot of Americans who would love for their sons and daughters to have those jobs.
I think one of the things that's been insinuated in this debate is that somehow Americans are mediocre. I would firmly push back on that. I think our school system has seriously not served the American people well. It has become indoctrination centers at all levels. Instead of emphasizing STEM, those things will actually benefit us in regards to these high-tech jobs. So I think it's not mediocrity. I think we've been abused by our school system, and there's a significant need for reform. They should not be indoctrination centers. We should actually be emphasizing these things that will actually help us in these sectors.
Yeah, absolutely. And importing workers to fill these jobs is not going to do anything to fix the system. It's going to hide this. It's going to prevent us from dealing with the root cause of it. Absolutely. And I will add this too, Ned. It is our school system. You're absolutely right about that. It has failed our students, and hopefully Donald Trump will do something through the education department to start fixing that, school choice, all that.
I mean, that's also a valid point too. To sit there and also just blame the immigrants or blame the companies. I mean, are these schools producing kids who can do the job?
Yeah.
Like, instead of it being an indoctrination camp, is it actually like somewhere where you can build a trade, build a skill that? And we're talking about school. And sadly, it is not being that. I mean, bro, there's a lot of people graduating from these schools with these high degrees and can't do the job. But you bring in some guy and some immigrant over here who didn't even do the whole like schooling process. He just got straight to it. So I do see the argument, but then I'm just like, bro, we need to put that on ourselves and fix our, education system instead of relying on the education system of other countries to, I don't know, better our companies.
But there is a family component of this as well. And a lot of children have been failed at home, in broken homes. And, when you hear Vivek Ramaswamy talk about sort of the cultural values that are coming, say, from, East Indian American families and so forth, those are families that are intact. Those are families that are focused. I'll give you the last word on that.
Well, I do think that we need to challenge the generations behind us, our children and those behind them, to actually shoot to set goals to exceed what they think that is possible. So I think we have kind of had that we've set low expectations. I think we need to encourage our younger people to actually set higher goals. And I think we need to reform the school system. So I think there's a whole host of things. But you're right. When we have things like H-1B visa that has been abused, it's a Band-Aid over the problem. It is not the real solution.
Yeah, I love that we're having this debate. It's important.
I do too, actually.
Yeah, and I'm glad we had you on. Thank you, Ned.
And all right, now let's get Fox perspective, the right. Now let's get the left perspective of the situation. Because, as they say, they're going to call it, it's infighting, MAGA's tearing each other apart, eating it themselves, just like the left is, or just like they are. So let's see what they got to say. We like to hear both sides here at S.E.T. Key Media.
Like the video, guys. Let's do it.
I think it is revealed that there is some elasticity in the party on its ability to debate the immigration issue. Certainly there are hardliners on immigration who have supported Donald Trump. He himself has been a hardliner, but he has also said repeatedly, publicly, that he wants immigration reform, that he wants to do something for the Dreamers. He has also talked about the need for people to come in to the country to do certain kinds of things. And then you have these other new supporters of Donald Trump who understand that if you're just recruiting like the top 0.1% of the best and most talented, say engineers from around the world, that's probably a good thing. I think where there's great alignment is on the need to eliminate the fraud in the program. And I think some of these visa programs are being used to bring people in for no other reason than to displace American workers and to do things more cheaply. So I think the common ground and the way forward is bring in the people who are the goats, of engineering from around the world.
The goats.
The goats.
That's what I mean.
Funny, a white man using that term.
Maybe, and guys, maybe I'm not as researched on the topic as I should be, but from where I understand it, that's where Elon was hinging his argument. The top 0.0.1% of identified talent.
Yeah, and I get it, but they're defending the wrong program. There's a better program in the visa system that they could be defending, and the H-1B is the one that's being the most abused. So I don't think that they're honestly fully educated on it themselves, to be honest with you. They're just defending the visa program in general. That's what I'm thinking, because if you could, there's different versions of the visa program that you could that honestly makes more sense to do. And when he says he's talking about, oh yeah, we'll make sure we're getting the GOATs. Yeah, we need to make sure that happens. You need to find a way where they can prove that they're the best in their craft in their city. Not
only.
Yeah, not we're bringing them over here, paying them just to pay them less and then train them on the job. We could have did that for our own people.
Right. Now I can understand that argument. America first being we should be identifying that talent over here if we don't already have it, building it up, setting up the infrastructure to raise it up, and then putting it in position.
Yeah. And if we're not willing to do that for our people and we're just selling them out,
then that's the problem. I can understand that. I can get it.
Bring those people here and then focus on American workers, American students for everything else. And that would be a good blend of how I think this is going to move forward.
That might be the case, but Laura Loomer is saying don't bring Indians into America. I mean, she's pretty clear about what she's
I don't know if she's watched many Bollywood movies, but not only are they very good, but they're actually a lot more modest than Hollywood films. So that comment was a little bit off base, but I think, you know, what we're calling the tech right versus the MAGA right is really a long-standing split in the Republican Party between libertarians and conservatives. The Republican Party has been holding together those two groups for a long time, and they agree on about 70, 80% of stuff. This is a thing they've always disagreed on. Libertarians value economic growth and efficiency and free markets above all else. Conservatives go halfway there, but at the end of the day, will side with protecting American workers from foreign competition. So, you know, you have to give credit to Donald Trump for holding those two coalitions together throughout the entire campaign so that this fissure didn't actually come to light until
a person on CNN saying, you got to give Donald Trump credit.
Yeah, it's rare.
I love to hear it.
After they won. Now you're seeing it.
So where did the significant contingent of ethno-nationalists fall within the conservatism and libertarianism frame? I mean, to me, that doesn't necessarily fit within either of those two. And I think it is a significant thing within the MAGA coalition. But it also, this debate reveals something broader. You've got, I think, a very incoherent MAGA coalition for years now, where you've got business elites driving the policy discussion, setting the policy agenda, as working class people are oftentimes getting screwed. I mean, the top priority for this incoming administration is going to be tax cuts for the wealthy. And we now see this conversation about immigration not even taking shape the way.
Now I asked him, I'm like, well, what does taxing the rich do? What does like overly taxing the rich do? I would have to ask him that. And then if he couldn't answer, I would tell him this. Well, I'm going to tell you, you're going to have less jobs. There's going to be less people willing to pay. I mean, you're going to have less raises. And there's going to be less employment for that middle class that you care so much about, right? That you claim you do. So taxing the rich, I mean, you're taxing the same people who are giving out the jobs to the middle class that you say you care about. So him speaking like this shows that, well, you know nothing of the middle class and you live in a bubble. I mean, as you can tell, he does look a bit out of shape. I mean, now let me not go there.
Come on.
Way that white working class people thought it would.
So, if I may ask a question, Madison. So you think working class people have been screwed by the immigration policy of the last 4 years, where people are coming into the country and displacing American workers?
No, so I don't agree with the framing of that. Actually,
I'm just asking because you said it. I just wonder how they're being screwed.
No, I didn't. I said white working class people are being screwed by the Republican Party, whose top priority is tax cuts for billionaires and for billion-dollar corporations.
But that doesn't make no sense. How are we being screwed? Thank you. No, I actually like this guy. I like him. He's been speaking up lately. He's like, all right, back that up. How are they being screwed over? How are we being screwed by not making the people who give us jobs, who give us opportunities, the people who sign our checks, give us the bonuses? Tell us, how is it screwing them? How is it screwing us over to give them a tax cut so they can have more money to reinvest? How is that screwing us over? They're screwing you over by giving tax cut to your boss, that's so he can pay you more money, and that's how he's screwing you over. I'm like, make it make sense.
To agree that the flood of immigration has also screwed working class people.
Opposing minimum wage increases.
Well, if we give the tax cut to the corporations and to the CEOs, then they're not going to pass it on to you. It's not going to trickle down. Well, how does economics work then?
On God,
tell me that.
Like, bro,
can they give us more money if they don't have more money?
Yeah, good point. If they don't about taxes, well, what money can they afford to give you?
Come on now.
So child care and efforts to expand healthcare.
We're talking about immigration.
But hang on, if I may, but Scott and Mondare, I mean, I actually think we're veering way off course here, because the thing that Donald Trump apparently ran on predominantly is stopping the flow of illegal immigration into
Yes.
the country. When we talk about H-1B visas, we're talking about 85,000 a year of legal immigrants. Okay, legal immigrants. So there are plenty of Republicans right now who are waging an internal war within their party, not about illegal immigration, not about millions of illegal immigrants, but about fewer than 100,000 legal immigrants a year. I mean, I think that is what is catching people off guard who have, I guess, more recently joined the MAGA coalition.
Right. And I think President Trump has been very supportive of legal immigrants. I mean, his wife's a legal immigrant. He's expressed this sentiment many, many times. You look at Elon Musk being a great example of someone who came here on an H-1B visa himself. And so I think this is very important that we continue to have the H-1B visas. We want to be competitive in the global economy. But the reality is, and President Trump has also talked about this on many occasions, we don't want to see people coming here being educated in our institutions, being that top 0.01% that Elon Musk or that Scott mentions earlier in engineering or in other fields, and being sent to work for Chinese companies or being sent to work for these other companies. And so we want to make sure that we can continue to have those people coming here, working here, and helping us grow.
No. See, that's that fear mongering right there. Well, if they're not helping us, they're going to help somebody else. I'm going to be real with you. No offense, Keith, but it kind of reminds me of your argument on the whole, well, if we don't help these countries or if we don't occupy them, somebody else will. And that's her argument with it too. Well, we don't bring them in, somebody else will. I'm like, sweetheart, you sound stupid. Who the F else is going to bring them into one of the strongest economy in the world and put them and pay them 10 times more than their own country can? Where else are they going to go to get that? Shut up. No, literally shut up, because where else are they going to go? Oh, they're going to go work for somebody else like China. Bro, China? You think anybody want to work in China? Communist China? Compared to good old USA.
Known human rights violator China.
I mean, you could have said the UK and I'd have been like,
okay,
maybe. But China? Now you just fear mongering.
Yeah, nobody's getting their work visa to go to China.
Bro, get out of here.
Which helps American workers. But at the same time, we've seen a lot of issues with the H-1B visas. We've seen these workers exploited and American workers hurt in this process. And so I think there's a lot of things and a lot of questions that are coming up in this debate that are legitimate questions. And so I think on both sides, there is a lot of positive coming out of this. And I think it's something that needs to be hashed out, not just by Republicans, but by people across the country.
And shout out to our man Vladstein. Supply and demand applies to jobs as well. The rare the work needed to be done. The rare the work needed to be done, the more you get paid. The more people that can do the same job, the less paid. I'm like, bro, yeah, there really isn't that much people who's actually willing to go out there and let's say surgeon, who want to actually go in there and tear into human beings.
That's why entry level work doesn't pay as well. It's low skilled labor. Anybody can do it, but the higher you go up that chain, the more precise skill necessary, the higher the pay, the higher the salary.
But this is so offensive, though.
It's pretty simple. It's pretty basic.
Why is there a system in America designed for us to go to school and do all this wild stuff if you're just going to give it to immigrants who didn't have to do none of the training we have to? We had to go through K through effing 12, then buy our way into college just so you can give it to an immigrant?
Yeah.
But you charge me for all this shit, though.
Oh, you charge me a leg and an arm.
You devious bastard.
Yeah. As we all know, secondary school here in America is not cheap.
Man.
I think it's obviously it's a good debate, but I do question this idea that when we're talking about the scale of this particular immigrant visa program, whether you're actually really talking about something that...
Shout out our man Vlad. Make sure to like the video, man. Let's get more people in the conversation. Do that by double tapping that screen or hitting the 3 dots up there in the corner. Let's go.
You know, you were talking about harm to American workers. That is happening on a scale that is far greater than the H-1B program. Yeah. I think you have to acknowledge
Oh,
that.
no, absolutely. I mean, we like the percentage of people in the country right now that are foreign born is the highest it's been in over a century. That's not an H-1B visa problem. That's a southern border problem. So that's, you know, if not 99%, at least 90% of the immigration problem we're talking about. And, you know, Trump, if you recall, actually, when Trump went on the All In podcast, which is the most popular podcast on the tech right.
By a lot of immigrants on that podcast.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, right. Mostly immigrants on
Mostly
that podcast.
immigrants.
Yeah. Successful tech entrepreneur immigrants. Yeah. They asked him right at the beginning of the podcast, this H-1B thing, are you for that? And Trump said, you know what, I think that is a good idea. I think we need to bring those people. But after that podcast, he had to walk those comments back. But he was able to manage that during the campaign.
I think everybody's confused on the programs that they're talking about. And, You know what? I think it's a perfect time to segue over into this next video because my man Myron Gaines, shout out, because he actually explained this pretty damn well. I'm gonna be real with you. So we're gonna go ahead and segue over to my man right here.
Of references, you act big tech companies and other companies.
But before that, let me preview something.
Right, because people aren't.
See, it's the O1 visa. That's the one that we honestly need to prop up more.
So we should be promoting that one, not the H-1B.
Yes, we should dismantle the H-1B, and we should go ahead and prop this one up to where they have to prove to us that they have the skill. They have to prove that they've actually gotten degrees, awards, all sorts of things. These are what a lot of sports players come over on.
Okay.
You have to have you have to have astounding skills to get over here. And if we can just break it down to it only being the O1 visa or the outstanding one visa, then cool. But this H1 is not working for us right now. They're only using it. These companies are using it to take advantage. But if we have the O1, well, you got to prove to us you're the one of the best before you get over here, buddy.
I like that. I like the sound of that.
Right? Let's talk about the visas. Let's be very blunt here. The H-1B visa is nothing more than a visa that allows big tech companies and other companies to get around hiring American citizens that are qualified and paying them more. I fucking said it. It's a fucking go around for these companies to increase their profit margins, get cheaper labor, and a lot of the times these foreign nationals that they import in aren't even better than the fucking Americans that are here. All right? It's a dirty little secret that no one wants to hear, but that's the reality. When Vivek and Elon and all these guys say, oh yeah, we need to bring in talented workers, it's bullshit. Half the time when they bring these guys in, they can't even fucking code.
Bro.
They're not necessarily better than the people that we have here.
And I'll be real.
It's just that they're willing to take
That's
less.
What's happening. And then I have to restate my stance because I was under the assumption from the argument from Elon's standpoint, as he defended it, we were going and plucking out the identified talent. We were supposed to be going out and picking out the goats, as the pundit said. So I was under the assumption that that was our strategy. We're a team, quote unquote. Sometimes you got to do some recruiting in some different spots.
Not under this version of visa. And this is the visa, like the H-1B. This is the one that they abuse. And then where we need to go with the O1, which I'm going to nickname the outstanding one visa.
I like it. Might as well call it the GOAT visa program.
Oh, God. Got the GOAT to get up over here.
God, baby.
As you should. I mean, like, bro.
And if not, then it's America first. Because like I said, if that's not the case, that I was under the wrong assumption. If that's not the case, then we should be getting that talent here. I don't care what rock we got to overturn, what closet we got to open. I don't care if we got to build the institutions to get the talent here. That's what the initiative should be.
Exactly. It's like, what are we educating our kids for? What are we making them pay for this education? We're just going to replace them.
If we're just going to go replace them with I'm sorry, but like an international counterpart.
And here's the craziest thing, though. Like some of these entry-level coding jobs you can get at Google and all this crazy good stuff. Yeah, it's copy and paste coding.
Yeah.
Copy and paste code.
And if you're telling me we're going out and getting these people and they don't even have the full training, like we have to train them on the job, we have to give them.
Then what was the point? We should have just gave this to an American.
We completely overlooked somebody who probably should have been in that position 10 times before we went elsewhere to get somebody else.
And it's wild. Doing us dirty.
And that's the truth. So now you guys can see why a lot of these big tech guys are
my cousin
trying
needed that job
to get into the White House and kind of increase their own bottom line. And one thing I like about being on the right is that they're willing to call out this
man. Shout out to my man Big Twan. He said this visa stuff is an overreaction.
Fair enough, because I will give you that, though. It doesn't necessarily make up the largest percentage of migrants, and it's not like that we covered in the last video. It's not really like that big of the issue here. The biggest issue about migration right now is the southern border. It's not really the visa program. So I will give you that, but it is the topic at hand right now. So everybody's just discussing and giving their input.
I would say this: if it's something that they're abusing, it needs to be discussed.
That's fair enough.
And here's the thing: a lot of people don't know the true, like, how the visa program honestly works. Like, we just have to sit there and show you how a lot of people don't know which program they're talking about, which, because it kind of sounds like they were supposed to be defending the O1 program, but maybe they're confused about that. Maybe they confuse the O1 with the H1B program. And I'm just like, because if you look at the H1B, yeah, that sounds a bit questionable. Anybody with, I mean real, anybody with some sincerity in the topic will look at that and be like, yeah, this is hella questionable. And if we look at the O1 and we'd be like, well, why isn't this the standard? This should be the only visa program we got.
Well, if companies are using the H-1B to finesse in order to get a worker for less pay, underpay somebody else, pretty much increase their profit margin, then yeah, they should be held accountable. We should be putting a magnifying glass on them and examining why they're doing that and holding them to the fire to make them not do that. Because like I just made the joke, like that could have been an American citizen's brother's cousin's husband's job, and then you went and gave it to an international citizen who you brought in order to just make more money.
I think the more grimiest part is people go in debt for their education just
for that.
Yeah, just for that. Just get done. Reality. Yeah, just get done like that. It's crazy.
Right? Because we know historically Trump has been pretty hard on immigration.
If you think about
it. But these people are coming in and trying to soften things.
But honestly, if you think about it, they're doing that on a higher level for coders, engineers. And then even on the entry level, you got to compete with migrants as well. So everybody's low-key being affected by our government having lackadaisical stance on its migration policies, whether it be through visa programs that are being abused or whether it be through a southern border that isn't being upheld. Yeah. Everybody's having to compete with the widened job pool.
All right.
Things up. Now, if you actually want diversified and extraordinary people, you would do something called the O1 visa. Let's talk about the O1 visa real quick.
Please.
Because I see a lot of people coping. Oh, no, bro, the H-1B visa allows us to import talent. No, it does not. So the O1 visa, guys, is a temporary work visa for individuals' extraordinary ability or achievement in the following fields: science, education, business, athletics, arts, motion picture, and TV industry. To qualify, an applicant must have received national or international acclaim, show evidence of extraordinary ability or achievement, and meet a very high standard. So if we're actually going to go ahead and bring these people in, right, that are so extraordinary, according to Elon and Vivek, and this is why they're getting the backlash, right, because people aren't stupid. They know what their bottom line is. They want to bring in cheap labor. Make them do an O1 visa.
Yep.
An O1 visa, you actually have to be talented.
And I ain't gonna lie.
I know someone that got an O1 visa. I'm not gonna say who it is.
This will make me kind of, I hate to say it, but it kind of makes you question their loyalty a bit. It's like, bro, you just spent the whole season Make America Great Again, America first, and now you owe someone to go around and be like, oh, well, let's let it be okay for immigrants or for these random immigrants to take American jobs in the highest sector, though. I mean, these are six-figure paying jobs. Honestly, some of these six-figure jobs are losing their value because of these immigrants coming in through the visa program. So, yeah, that's a huge problem.
It is. But you guys probably know him. He's a YouTuber. But you got to fill out a packet. You got to do a lot of work. You have to have references. You actually have to be good at what you fucking do. So if we want to bring in the top scientists, top engineers, etc., which I have no problem with bringing the best and the brightest, but they got to prove they're the best and the brightest, right? Because the H-1B is nothing more than people fucking coming in and scamming. Let's just be honest. It's a way for these tech companies to get cheap labor and increase their bottom line. Now, while we're on the topic of visas, let's talk about the J1 visa and F1 visa, which I honestly do think this is like a blind spot that a lot of people don't talk about. And unless you worked in immigration, you're not going to know. And I know I got some guys in here, might be CBP, might be DHS. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about F1 visas. I think one of the most exploited visas in the United States is the F1 visa, which is a student visa. Because what ends up happening a lot of times with these guys is they come to the United States, right? They say that they're going to go to like a language school or a culinary school or some other bullshit like that. And what ends up happening is they might go to class for a semester. They might go for a day. They might not even show up. But you know what they do? They use that visa, come into the United States, go out into the fucking wind. Them niggas turn into Goku.
Damn.
Right?
Yep.
And you don't find them again. And a lot of the times, like I said before, if they're not a criminal alien or they don't get encountered again by law enforcement, they're gone on the fucking wind.
Damn.
Gone. And a lot of people do that, guys. A lot of these people, you guys all got to understand this too, because people always look at the border as the main problem. I'm telling you guys, it's not just the border. We got people coming in legally and they overstay their visas. It's a huge fucking problem.
Yup.
Huge problem when they come in and overstay their visas. Obviously, it doesn't hit the mainstream news because DHS ain't gonna really talk about that. Yeah, we had like 20,000 overstays, right? It looks bad, right? And the F1 visa is by far one of the easiest ways to bypass the system because these shitty universities that no one wants to go to, that absolutely suck, go ahead and hand these things out like candy. Why? Because they pay. They pay. I've seen schools get taken down for running corrupt F1 visa programs. Let's talk about another loophole in the immigration system, right? Let's talk about marriage fraud. This is another crime that no one ever fucking talks about. Extremely common. Hell, it's so common you guys have seen it on the fucking show. How many times have you guys?
Yeah, on that marriage fraud, how many people personally can attest to a story that they know about somebody had to marry somebody fraudulently in order to stay in the country?
I mean,
try to have an anchor baby or some shit like that.
Yep,
like,
that's how they. I mean, that's how the Africans be running game,
bro. I mean, it's all too common, really. It's all too common. So he does make a good point in that, like, and this is a point that we make over here for every legitimate process you have, whether it be the visa program, the TPS program, even like. People actually coming over here with legitimate pretense. You got 10 other people behind them trying to finesse the same system.
Yep, through the visa or just running out through the border. And that's what I'm saying. We just start looking at everything in question. Like these visa programs, why do we have them when the only one it seems like we should have is, well, the O1 visa, a temporary work visa for individuals with extraordinary ability or achievement in the following fields: science, education, business, athletics, arts, motion pictures, and TV industry. Like, oh yeah, and to qualify, an applicant must have received a national or international acclaim, show evidence of extraordinary ability or achievement, and meet a very high standard.
The best of the best, or as we just renamed it, the GOAT one visa.
Oh God, or the astounding one visa. Whoop, yep, they finally got us.
Oh no.
Whatchamacallit? Commercials. But make sure y'all double tap the screen and make sure y'all double tap the screen like the video with the 3 dots up there in the corner.
And we got some chick. And we're like, okay, what's your status? Oh, I'm married. Okay, you're married. All right. How long have you been married? 2 years. How'd you guys meet? Friend. Okay. You guys got any kids? No. How long y'all known each other? 2 years. And it's like very static, right? And you guys have watched the show and you guys have seen this. We literally had a chick on a couple days ago. She got mad as hell because we had, obviously you guys know it's a dating podcast. We ask questions about, oh yeah, you're married. Tell us about how'd you guys meet, blah, blah, blah. She didn't want to answer any of those fucking questions. And where was she from? Dominican Republic. How long was she married? Roughly 2 years. I was like, interesting. And we're in Miami? Extremely fucking common. Extremely common. Where foreign nationals from South America will marry someone here. The going rate is somewhere between $10,000 to $20,000, right? And they just basically pay them, fake a marriage. They prepare for the CIS interview. They lie. They fake the wedding pictures. They fake the bank accounts, all this shit. And then applies for his green card, gets the green card, or she applies for her green card. Done. It's a big fucking business, guys. Immigration lawyers are often involved. There's people that do the marriages. There's people that help them do the paperwork. There's an entire process with this shit, okay, when it comes to marriage fraud. So we talked about that.
And now I do also want to get over to, well, other victims in this, because Liberal Hive Mind also went in on this as well. And he hit him with the, well, you know what they're trying to do, right? And let's be real. We know what they're trying to do with this whole immigration thing. And that's why we're calling, I mean, this visa, and that's why we're calling it out. Because I'm gonna be real with you, it does make these guys now look hella shady for this. It's like, hold on. Obviously, this program is being abused and taking, jobs away from Americans. So why are y'all trying to defend it?
Necessarily being used as a tool to attract the best and the brightest, but rather as a tool to bring in people who are just willing to work for less.
American workers are losing jobs because of a law designed to help the job market. The H-1B visa bill was written in 1990. It lets companies recruit foreign talent for emerging engineering and scientific jobs. But loopholes allow for outsourcing of American jobs to foreign workers, often at lower pay. Bill Whitaker spoke to some Americans displaced by H-1B visa workers for Sunday's 60 Minutes. They say they were asked to train workers who would take their jobs.
It wasn't called training your replacement. It was called knowledge transfer.
Man, and shout out Vlastime and T. Binky. Man, okay, so Vlastime said video request posted in videos on Discord. Got you. And shout out T. Binky. He says they harass real marriages more than the frauds. I mean,
really?
Yeah, I can see that. I mean,
so they're harassing legitimate marriages and not the people who are out here finessing the system?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. I could see that. Because at a certain point, you just assume it's all fake, and then at a certain point, then you're just like, all right, you have to actually start pressing on people that might not actually be doing anything. It might be legit, instead of getting them people that are obviously fake.
How do you tell the difference? Is it a question?
Man, you know what? We probably have to get one of those people on here and see. Like, man, how would you know?
Like, is anybody that's marrying a migrant a suspect? Like,
probably should be off the rip. I mean, anybody who's marrying a migrant damn near should be a suspect off the rip. Or Craig being taken for a sucker.
D'Angelo worked for Northeast Utilities, now called Eversource, and was one of 220 IT workers replaced by H-1B visa employees. D'Angelo says his replacement, a worker from India, told him he was making half D'Angelo's salary with no benefits.
Damn.
I didn't get laid off for lack of work. I got laid off because somebody cheaper could do my job.
We met with this group of workers who all had to train replacements. Leo Pereiro had just received high performance reviews from Disney. When he was called into a personnel meeting, he expected a raise and a promotion.
And instead,
I was given the news that in 90 days, my job was over and I had to train my replacement. Never in my life did I imagine, until this happened at Disney, that I could be sitting at my desk and somebody would be flown in from another country, sit at my same desk and chair and take over what I was doing. It was the most humiliating and demoralizing thing I've ever gone through.
And that's what I'm saying. It's just like wild. And then, and here's the great thing is, I do hate the disingenuous argument of, but that's capitalism, right? I'm like, no, that's taking advantage of an immigration system. That's not capitalism. Capitalism would have been, oh yeah, we're going to pick from our best and brightest instead of trying to cheat the system and pick outwards, because we have a government that allows these corporations to abuse the people. And then it's funny how the same liberals who get mad about corporations abusing them will actually champion the same corporations abusing the people if it's the people they don't like. Ain't that wild?
That is wild.
So it's like, I actually wonder, but it's capitalism. I'm like, bro, whose side are you on?
They hate the companies when they're not on their side, but when they're being weaponized against the people they don't like, they celebrate them.
Yeah, like, isn't that capitalism? Yeah, I'm like, bro, you're crazy. Like, come on now.
My life.
At the end of the day, it feels less like corporations are worried about bringing in world-class talents and more interested in their bottom line. And I think we've seen evidence to suggest that many of these corporations are essentially skipping over qualified Americans in favor of bringing in foreign workers who will take the job for cheaper. I don't think it's about merit as much as a lot of the tech bros are making it seem, and I think it's more about money. And at the end of the day, with the system, who gets screwed over? Well, it's the American worker. It feels almost as if the system has been rigged. Wages have been stagnant because corporations essentially have an endless supply supply of cheap labor at their disposal. American kids are graduating from college, racking up student debt, and then watching those jobs go to someone from halfway across the world because the company in question doesn't want to pay that high of a wage. And that's obviously a major concern, and it's a concern that I've been talking about for a really long time. If you look at other nations that rely on importing foreign labor, you can see the clear discrepancy. A software engineer in America makes a whole lot more money than a software engineer in other Western nations, and of course a lot of that has to do with the economy. You know, the scale of economy is different in America and other nations, but that's not the only factor. If we look just north of the border, for instance, where the population I believe is roughly 40 million, per capita they import way more migrants than the American system does. And a ton of people coming in are high-skilled laborers, like software engineers, and so you have the situation where you have an oversupply of talent, and obviously that does one thing: it creates more competition for the same jobs, which drives wages down. Software engineers in Canada make a significant amount less than software engineers in the United States. It's not exactly rocket science.
You know, it's crazy. A lot of people say it's capitalism because it ain't them.
Right.
It's really disingenuous argument, because I'm pretty sure if you were working as a software engineer, you would be
making that argument.
Yeah, you'd be shutting the fuck up right now. You'd be like,
if you knew you could be replaced by half your salary by somebody who just got to America, you'd shut the hell up. On that.
Yeah, you'd be shutting the hell up. So a lot of y'all speaking for me, they're a very disingenuous position. Or maybe you don't even do anything in life to where you can speak like this.
Science. If you import 1 million people every single year to compete with Americans for those jobs, well, then all of a sudden those jobs become less lucrative.
And make sure y'all like the video. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me, or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. We appreciate the support, guys.
Less exclusive, and it creates a situation where the companies can now pay the workers less. And so I understand, if you're a patriot, why this would be so frustrating. Frankly, I think people should be frustrated because it feels like exploitation. And now, of course, there's an argument on the other side that it's not just the corporation's fault, it's more a result of circumstance. There's an argument being made by Vivek and other people that America is failing in its own workforce. And to a certain extent, I think that is true. The education system is a complete disaster. Instead of creating a culture of academic excellence, we've bought into the system of participation trophies and leftist indoctrination. I think there is some truth that, we've created a system or a culture that doesn't exactly value the pursuit of excellence anymore, at least not the way the system used to. And now that's being used, I guess, as an excuse to argue that the American workforce should just be replaced by foreign workers. But that feels like a situation where we're making the right diagnosis, but we're not finding the right cure. The solution in that case isn't to replace American workers, but rather to fix the cultural rot that's created this broken situation at home in the first place. The solution should be to invest in the future American worker and to make sure that corporations put Americans first, rather than the unpatriotic view of just giving up on the American workforce. It just feels wrong. I think the use of labor immigration should be an absolute last resort, not the first option, which is what it feels like now. At the end of the day, I think most people could probably agree on one core principle, and that's that American workers should absolutely come first. That has to be the line in the sand. Immigration should be limited to exceptional, and I mean truly exceptional talent only. But obviously that's not happening when you have a lottery system. I think the system should make it incredibly difficult for corporations to hire foreign workers unless they've exhausted every other possible option to hire Americans. But that's not what's happening. And in a lot of these cases, you have major corporations that are working with these middle.
And what are you telling me? Are you really sitting here telling me that talent just isn't available here domestically?
I mean,
is that the argument that these corporations, that these hiring, these HR departments are making?
I mean, honestly, we'd also have to bring up the numbers from how many kids are in school for this stuff, so we can honestly pull their card and be like, no, you're lying. So you're saying that there's a shortage, but no, you guys are just cheap.
And if that's the case, like I said, we really need to counteract that by making initiatives to promote that over here domestically. Like, if we have a shortage of coders, are we not promoting coding to our youth? Like, why are we letting the youth go about whatever education they want to, and then when they need a job, when they need a job that is an integral part of what we have going on, we're looking for their international counterpart versus building them up.
That, and I also do think that the education system is very disingenuous towards, I'm be real with you, it's participators. Because the wildest thing is that, why are you telling these kids they can go into any field they want to, when we know in the future the tech field is probably going to be the biggest thing?
Exactly.
So if you're not working anything with electronics or anything type of way of working with business, financing, STEM in general, then you're honestly wasting your time. You should just tell these kids that.
We let these kids go down the path of social degrees and other type of, I would say, less integral, less viable degrees when, as you said, we know in 10 years what's taking off, AI, things of that nature,
Bruh.
clouding, all types of things
So
like that.
why are we lying to these kids, telling them they can be whatever they want when we know that where this age is going? You better know how to work with AI. You better know how to work with technology. You better know how to wire some stuff together, or you better know how to work with your hands, because it looks like we're moving towards that era, or you're screwed.
No, that's a very good point. We should be promoting that towards our youth. There should be maybe state, federal incentives that are pushing our youth towards that versus, again, allowing them to go down different paths when we know that those paths, those career choices aren't going to be as integral or aren't going to be as paramount as coding will be in 5 to 10 years as it is now. And then we go over and get like I said, an international counterpart or one of their adversaries technically, and bring them over. And now we got them doing a job they could have been trained to do.
Exactly. It's tough. It's tough.
Middleman contracting firms that get all these foreign students and foreign immigrants temporary H-1B status, and then the big corporations are hiring talent through these middleman agencies. And it creates this weird system where you have foreign laborers working by proxy through middleman agencies, getting paid relatively low wages working for these corporations where they don't even necessarily have a clear path towards becoming American citizens. It's just an odd, overly complex, cheap foreign labor importation scheme. It just seems messed up. And the arguments defending the current system, honestly, don't necessarily appeal to me. It's always this argument of...
And you know them been catching the most heat for this? That boy Vivek. Vivek has been catching the most heat from it. And you know what?
Well, because he compared it to everybody's favorite show from the 90s, Boy Meets World, I think. Or not Boy Meets World, but what was the other goddamn show? It was a 90s sitcom that everybody knows and loves, and he compared the H-1B visa situation to that, and it kind of agitated some folks.
Yeah, like, bro, what are you talking
some
about?
MAGA folks.
He's like, bro, you just preachers talking about America first, but you're talking about you should put immigrants ahead of us for jobs. Like, bro, what are you talking about? And I'm be real with you, Jimmy Dore got it together. He pretty much said, yo, you just pretty much disrespected our whole culture. And now everybody's seeing why Anna Colbert said, yo, I'm not voting for you because you're brown. And now I get it. I get it now, because I'm just like, bro, if this is what you're talking about, I get it.
Did a video on it, gave the finger to the working class, and the finger is screw you. We're lowering truckers' wages by making the special visas available to guys who are going to come in here and drive trucks in America and drive your wages down. And that all started, by the way, with Jimmy Carter. So he's just like
and I do want to turn that back a little bit, because he does talk about, honestly, how this visa program has been used against truck drivers. It hasn't been something that's just been weaponized in the tech industry. It's been used against truck drivers. It is a shifty way these corporations move and kind of put American people last.
These visa abuses.
Okay.
And today their calls are being answered for the first time.
Okay, so they're talking about, so there he is. He's saying one thing, but now the guys that he's got surrounding him, the billionaires like Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, are saying the opposite. Because Trump was saying he's going to protect American labor against visa abuses. Well, so there's this big fight online happening over the H-1B visas. Now, we just showed you Joe Biden's on the same page as Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. He did the same thing to truckers. He made it so that they can bring in foreign workers they can drive trucks in America. And that's not because we have a shortage of truck drivers in America. That's because corporations who employ truck drivers want to pay them a lower wage. And so that's why immigration's happening like the way it's happening. And so Joe Biden, on his way out the door, we did a video on it, gave the finger to the working class, and the finger is screw you. We're lowering truckers' wages by making the special visas available to guys who are going to come in here and drive trucks in America and drive your wages down. And that all started, by the way, with Jimmy Carter. So he's just like our friend.
Sucks to say, but R.I.P. Jimmy Carter, by the way.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And Celente,
got at almost 100.
Man.
They was saying he was not the great guy that people think he was. We haven't had a great president in forever. So I don't even know when. So maybe you got to go back to FDR, maybe. But then if you're Japanese, you'd have a different idea. But anyway, right-wing warfare pits big tech against Maga over H-1B visas. Now, this is actually exciting for me to see that Maga is pushing back against the Trump administration. I'm talking about and
And I'm gonna be real with you. This is what I always was telling all naysayers. Oh, you guys don't ever hold Trump accountable. We're holding him accountable right the F now. Like, bro, we don't rock with this. If you're talking about keeping this H-1B, we're gonna look at you crazy because this ain't America first. This ain't make America great again because it seems like you're trying to make these immigrants great again.
But I did make this
or
point,
greater.
That is funny enough. But I did make this point the other day on stream when this originally had came up. Laura Loomer had kind of had a back and forth with Elon over the topic, said she was censored by him, said she had her verification removed. There was a little bit of beef before this really popped off until MAGA versus Doge, right? But I did make this point the other day, but I'm glad it's coming up now. We got less than 30 days until Trump gets inaugurated. But if this is one of the issues, one of the main issues that we're seeing with MAGA and their views on the program, migration, I'm glad that this is getting ironed and hashed out now versus after Trump gets inaugurated.
Yeah, I'm glad we're hearing about these, honestly, these conversations, these debates now.
Yeah.
Because
let's iron it out. Let's hash it out. Let's truly figure out, isolate what the issue is, the disagreement, and then let's move forward.
I almost want to say, bro, y'all niggas need to have a Twitter space about this to where we can at least grill y'all on the topic. Like, yo, Vivek, do you know what you're talking about? Because I believe you're talking about the O1, not the H1B, because there's no way you're talking about the H1B because that's just not, like, it's not good.
And truly hear him delineate between the two. Like, why are you defending the H1B when you should be promoting the GOAT one, not the O one, but the GOAT one, as we named it.
Yep, and the H-1B visa program allows U.S. companies to employ foreign workers in specialty occupations, particularly in the tech industry. Yes. Discussions about reforming this program have intensified, with some advocating for the removal of country-specific caps on green cards to address extensive backlogs faced by applicants from other countries, including India.
Yeah.
I know they love pulling the tech workers from India.
And guys, come on, think about it. You see this overwhelmingly with the tech companies, Microsoft, Google, Apple.
Or I would even say, bro, call centers.
Yeah,
I'm almost offended. I ain't gonna lie. I almost want to stop like dealing with the company in general. If you have an outsourced call center,
all those companies I just named kind of outsource their customer representation to countries like India's, Nepal, countries like that, guys. We see it all the time. Come on.
To y'all corporations that outsource your customer service to India, you're doing yourself a I'm gonna be real with you, an injustice, because bro, I can barely understand those guys.
The voters, the movement, MAGA, isn't Trump. MAGA is the people who put him in office. So the H1, go. You want to say something?
Yeah. Okay. So I was looking at this today because I was trying to understand it. And I'm sure it all comes down to paying people less. But the thing I thought that they were talking about, Vivek, or this is how he put it, he could be lying.
Well, let me get to it. Let me get to it before let's not do a spoiler. The H-1B1 visa program allows U.S. companies to employ foreign workers in specialty occupations. I guess truck driver is one of them, particularly in the tech industry. Discussions about reforming this program have intensified, with some advocating for the removal of country-specific caps on green cards to address extensive backlogs faced by applicants from countries, including India. Okay. Now you okay. So meanwhile, Musk, the world's wealthiest man, has benefited from the H-1B program, both personally and professionally. He first came to the United States on a J-1 academic visa that he says transitioned into an H-1B. Tesla is also among the companies to rely on the program, having hired 724 H-1B workers in 2023 alone. So instead of 724 engineer or high-tech workers being hired at Tesla that are from America and American schools, they imported these people from other countries. And the big reason is you want to pay them less. That's the big reason. But MAGA evangelists like Laura Loomer believe Musk's influence within Trump's circles serves his own interests. On Twitter, Loomer singled out Musk and his tech allies, including Box CEO Aaron Levy and PayPal co-founder Peter Thiel, suggesting that the new Doge initiative for government efficiency is just a cover for sending funds to Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. And so now here's what Vivek, so Loomer goes after Musk over this. And Vivek decides to weigh in. And listen to what Vivek has to say. The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born first-generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it, it's money. It's so they can pay them less. That's all this is about.
God. Oh God. And that's what I did not like about Vivek, and nobody liked it either. It's about money, it's about them paying it less. So the fact that he tried to make it about our culture.
To further that point, I hate how they're disguising it as it being about a culture war, as it being about something to actually help America, actually help these companies. I hate how they're disguising it if it truly is to just have these companies increase their profit margin, put international citizens in place over the American citizens. I don't like that.
Yeah.
And just be honest about it. Actually, it helps the companies. They're able to increase their profit margin. They're able to cut the budget, the overhead on this, and they're able to, make a little bit more. Okay, you've been real about how you represent it, but if you're saying it's one thing, but it's actually just to make more money on their behalf, I don't like that.
Yeah, and if you're preaching the H-1B because you can take advantage of it, but you can't take advantage of that O-1 visa because they actually have to prove themselves before they get over here. All right, but let's go.
Key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Now we'll hold on to your because he's gonna come. I don't know if you remember, but who's the blonde woman who said she would never vote for a?
Oh, Ann Coulter.
Ann Coulter said she would never vote for Vivek Ramaswamy because she would never vote for an Indian, and everybody's like, "Whoa!" Well, here comes. A key part of it comes down to the culture. Tough questions demand tough answers. And if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Well, the truth is that we should pay for people to become engineers, and then we should hire those people at our American-made companies. That's the truth. We should, if we're low on high-tech people, we should educate.
And make sure y'all like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me and like the video with the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support, guys.
Them here in our own goddamn country. That's the truth. That's not the truth he's going to tell you.
Yeah.
He's going to say our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long. So he's shitting on American culture.
Yeah, he's pretty much saying that, oh, well, y'all don't have that excellence in y'all no more, so we got to bring from outside. What was the point of you talking that pro-America stuff, American first stuff, when you're really not for America? We're just going to turn around and be like, well, y'all culture is the reason why I don't want to hire you in my company. So
that's the same psychophancy we caught out on the other side, saying one thing to gain approval whenever it was beneficiary.
Yeah.
So now we got to call it out on this side, guys. Does it seem like does it seem like Doge campaigned off of MAGA, the term MAGA, only to get in and be like, whoa. Well, to be honest, now that we got in, I ain't gonna lie.
Like cutting costs for ourselves, not the U.S. government. I'm like, here we go, guys.
I thought we were exception. We had a culture of American exceptionalism. No, we have a culture of American mediocrity. That's what Vivek Ramaswamy, who Ann Coulter said she would never vote for because he's Indian. That's why. And now here he is shitting on our culture.
I mean, and now why? That's why I said I get it. Is like, here you are. Yeah, literally shitting on our
This
culture.
is really happening.
And it's disrespectful as hell. He's like, look, a key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers. If we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Our American culture has,
oh, yes. So this is the argument Vivek made. Go ahead, finish that. But I want to add my own inference on that. Go ahead.
Venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college. It starts young. I mean, bro, you just pretty much told me that we're dumbasses from young ages.
But this is how I interpreted this message, guys. And this is something that I can kind of attest to. And I would say it has a hint of truth. Let's just say the standard on migrant children is different than that placed on the American child. That of success, that of you will do this, you will operate in these fields, you won't bring home anything less than an A. That standard, a lot of times we can say we've seen in our international counterparts, even growing up. Like, come on, think about it.
Bro.
Your Asian home. I mean, you know, stereotypes aside, your Asian homie definitely seemed to
talking
have had a
about
standard placed on him.
Your
That's,
American-born
you know,
Asian homie, though. I don't know. Like, this is the okay. I get what you're saying, but this is what you're pretty much saying that. So you're pretty much saying that the foreign culture.
I think that's where Vivek hinges his argument, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense because I'm like, dog, you involve in our culture. You're part of this white societal culture that I ain't gonna lie, you're shitting on right now. Because let's be real, you couldn't have did this in India.
Mhm.
Let's be real, my man. You couldn't have done this in India. So the fact that you're out here pretty much saying that, oh yeah, your society's lazy and all that, I'm like, dog, we produce hardworking people like you. What are you talking about? Like, you're hardworking because of the American culture. To be honest with you,
Is Vivek first or second generation?
who knows? Who knows? I think he's first.
Okay.
The America
Indian, the other
Firsters,
Chinese.
they're supposed to be America Firsters, are now telling you the reason why we have to go get the smarty pants people to run our high tech is because our culture in America sucks. That's what he's saying.
I guess that's what they taught him at Harvard and Yale.
I guess that's what they taught him at. And
Well, you know, those schools also take mostly Indian and Asian. That's why they started doing the affirmative action stuff
That's
to
right.
block Asians. Well, Asian covers India too, but that's what the whole. So at the schools, they're purposely letting in at the start where he said when it starts young, where they're training the people.
But here he is saying it's not just the colleges and the schools. He says, so our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s, and likely longer. That doesn't start in college. It starts young.
And that's what I'm saying. If he was blaming the colleges, he should have just stopped there and said, yeah, it's the colleges who aren't really training these kids to be, you know, good workers. And I can give him that argument. But when you sit there and then you try to blame like the American family, when you say it starts young, who else are you blaming but the American family? That's where you're being disrespectful. That's
They're
where
pointing
you're
out a
shitting on our
flaw in the
culture.
American culture. That's what it seems like.
It starts young though. Like, I don't know. It kind of just like it just rubbed me the wrong way personally. I'd just be like, dog, you can't say that when being a hard worker is part of the American culture.
He's pointing out a valid issue, but I'm not sure if his solution is the valid way of approaching it. Again, I more so have the take or the stance of, okay, even if what he's pointing out is the truth, let's change that. Let's build up the culture. Let's build up the infrastructure here so we have the talent here domestically and we don't have to make the excuse of, oh, well, it's the culture. We got to go over here to these other countries and grab the talent. Okay, if that's the case, if we've identified that as the issue right now, today, as MAGA, you guys should be making an initiative that builds those people up over here. Or else you really ain't MAGA.
Yeah, low key. Like I said, at the end of the day, though, it is our responsibility. And I'm glad because we are taking accountability. We're calling them out. Like, we voted y'all in. We're not going to sit here and just let y'all do whatever. We're going to call that shit out. It's like, yo, Vivek,
again,
Elon,
I like this.
Trump, get them up out of yo, Trump. If Vivek and Elon's putting this BS in your ear, get them up out of there. I mean, hey, we co-signed them in the beginning, but that could easily be removed. It's like, look, my man, hey, I can walk something back, no problem. Bro, there's nothing wrong with that.
And again, I like this because it's setting a precedent for kind of what we voted for and what we won't accept. Like, hold on. Y'all said MAGA through and through. That's what we campaigned on for 3 months. Shit, we've known y'all as MAGA since 2016. Y'all ain't gonna get in here and do this. Not like this. We're calling it out for what it is. We're trying to get this together before Trump even gets inaugurated. I like it. It sets a precedent of, hey, look, we watching y'all. We gonna hold y'all feet to the fire on what y'all campaigned on.
All right. Oh yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and open the call-in, man, just go ahead and send in 46 more super chats. We'll go ahead and open the call-in line. Appreciate the support. Make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the video, man. Appreciate you guys.
Young in caps, he puts it caps. So our whole culture, a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ, or the jock over the valedictorian will not.
Damn, I ain't gonna lie, Vivek sounds like he been hurt. He's like, well, why is the jock get celebrated more than the nerd? It's like, because the jocks are more entertaining than the nerds. Nobody want to sit around and watch y'all play chess. Would rather watch the jocks. Well, honestly,
play football or
basketball. Like, what's wrong with that? Y'all not as entertaining. But let's go ahead and get over to our man Vlad's video because he had a good one for us. Disease is so painful, you rather die. I mean, Vladstein, Shout out last year. I don't even know where you got this from, but I'm sorry. Just take me out the game. Take me out the game, G. I can't even wear a shirt without pain. I can't. Bro can't even F his wife without going through agony, bro. Just take me out the game.
Yeah, what is
You
Taylor
felt living in
have, that medically assisted suicide?
Bro.
Yo.
I mean, grimy as hell for you to say that, but I mean, shit, sign him up.
Bro.
Constant.
Have a girl with that type of disease.
Bro.
Now, you can't do nothing. You can't even lay it down without being in excruciating pain.
Anybody staying with somebody who's suffering from that, a true saint. A
I'm
true saint.
Is like, man,
Like, bro,
you are deserving of 1,000 blessings.
Every step for somebody who's going through that is agonizing pain.
Shit, I'm going anything.
I'm
top
going
3.
Yeah, oh God,
that top 3 sounds brutal.
Can't miss with any of those. I mean, that sounds like excruciating day-to-day pain.
Man, make sure you like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen. There's the 3 dots up there. Let's get more people in on the conversation. But you know what, man? Let's shout out to the hero of the month, because he's been a hero for a minute to his people. But you know what? Interview came out 1 month ago. This man is honestly came into Argentina and turned it all around.
Been in office for less than a year and took his country out of a recession?
Bruh.
Bruh.
I'm like, the GOAT?
The type of leadership we need more of. I mean, hats off. I mean, bravo to the man.
So, man, let's hear this man out, man. Javier.
I like the video
So,
you haven't already.
what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success.
The following is a conversation with Javier Milei, the president of Argentina. He is a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, and economist who campaigned with a chainsaw that symbolized his promise to slash the corrupt bureaucracy of the state. He stepped into the presidency 1 year ago, with the country on the brink of hyperinflation, deepened debt, and suffering from mass unemployment and poverty. He took this crisis head on, transforming one of Latin America's largest economies through pure free market principles. In just a few months in office, he already achieved Argentina's first fiscal surplus in 16 years, and not just avoided hyperinflation, but brought inflation down to its lowest in 3 years. We discuss all of this in detail.
I feel like we got to take notes.
No, facts.
Both the successes and the challenges.
Part of the libertarian
His depth
party
of
would
knowledge of
respect
economic principles, metrics, and data was truly impressive and refreshing to hear from a world leader. But even bigger than the economic transformation of Argentina, Javier represents the universal fight against government corruption and the fight for freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and freedom of speech. He has many critics, many of whom are part of the corrupt establishment he is seeking to dismantle. But many are simply Argentinian citizens, scared of the pain his radical policies may bring, at least in the short term. But whether one disagrees with his methods or not, no one can deny that his presidency marks one of the most ambitious attempts at economic transformation in modern history, and that Javier Milei is truly a force of nature, combining the rigor of an economist with the passion of a revolutionary in the fight for freedom of a nation he loves. Argentina is one of my favorite countries, so I sincerely hope he succeeds.
Shout out South America.
This interview was conducted with the president speaking Spanish and me speaking English, with an interpreter simultaneously translating. We make the episode available, overdubbed and subtitled in both English and Spanish.
Yeah, Lex has.
I want to explore. When did you first understand the value of freedom, especially economic freedom?
Well, actually, I came to understand the ideas of freedom. As an economic growth specialist back in the years of 2013 to 2014, I could see that per capita GDP statistics over the last 2,000 years of the Christian era essentially looked like a hockey stick, indicating that per capita GDP remained almost constant until around 1800, after which it accelerated sharply. In the same context of that phenomenal increase in productivity and per capita GDP, the population had multiplied 7-fold over the preceding 200 years. So basically, In economics, that means you get increasing returns, and the presence of increasing returns implies the existence of monopolies, concentrated structures, and according to traditional neoclassical economic theory, the presence of monopolies and concentrated structures is not a good thing. But at the same time, one could see that living standards had increased tremendously and that middle-income people ended up living far better than emperors did in the Roman era, and the population had gone from having 95% of people in extreme poverty to less than 10%. And in that context, the question was how it could be that something that had lifted so many people out of poverty, that had improved human conditions so much, could be something bad for economic theory, meaning something was not right. So in that context, I remember that one of the people who worked on my team suggested I read an article by Murray Newton Rothbard called Monopoly and Competition. I remember reading it like it was today. And after reading it carefully, I said, everything I've taught about market structure in the last 20 years in courses on microeconomics is wrong. This caused a very strong internal commotion in me. So I called this person who used to work with me, and they recommended a place to buy Austrian School of Economics books. And I remember I bought at least 20 or 30 books, which I went to pick up one Saturday afternoon. And when I visited the bookstore, I was fascinated by all the stuff they had there. So I went back the next day and I started calculating how much money I needed to pay for my dog's food. That's my four-legged child. And how much I needed to spend on the taxi fare and food. And then, with what I have left, I spent all of it on more books. And then I started to read very intensively. And I remember, for example, the experience of reading Human Action by Mises, and this was a book that I didn't know about. And I remember that on the following weekend, I started to read this book right from the first page, and I didn't stop until I finished it, and that was a true revolution in my head. And having the chance to read Austrian authors like Rothbard, Mises, Hayek, Hoppe, and Jesus Huerta de Soto, or others like Juan Ramon Rallo, Philip Bagus, and Walter Block, for example. That was very inspirational. And at one point, I got the opportunity to read related to the works of Alberto Venegas Linchijo, and I also had the pleasure and honor to meet him. And today, we are actually friends. So that paved the way for me to approach the ideas of freedom. And another book that was a very significant influence and impact on me was The Principles of Political Economics by Menger. It was truly eye-opening. Or let's say, for reading Eugen von Böhm-Bawerk, these were things that really challenged all of my former thinking. I had a vague idea and poor about the Austrian school. The only thing I had read about the Austrian school until then had been Money and Time, a very good book by Garrison, but now that I understand a little bit more about Austrian economics, I know that it was rather poor. This doesn't mean that the book isn't good, but there were a whole lot of things to read that ended up being truly fascinating.
So from that, what is now today, and maybe you can talk about the evolution, is your philosophy, economics philosophy. You've described yourself as an anarcho-capitalist, market anarchist, libertarian. That's the ideal. And then maybe in practice and reality, you've said that you're more of a minarchist. So lay it all out. What's your economics philosophy today?
Please.
Strictly speaking, I am an anarcho-capitalist. I despise the state, government, I despise violence. Let us suppose we take the definition of liberalism. I usually use the definition of liberalism given by Alberto Venegas Linchijo, which is very much in line with the definition of John Locke, which essentially matches the definition by Alberto Venegas Lynch Jr., who said that liberalism is the unrestricted respect for the life project of others based on the principle of non-aggression and in defense of the right to life, liberty, and property. So I frame all of the discussions within those terms.
Libertarian.
And the fact is that when you get to that notion, I would dare say that you become an anarcho-capitalist de facto. And what that describes, it is an idea which represents my ideal world. I mean, that is the ideal world. Now, real life poses a whole lot of restraints, and some of those you can lift, and those restrictions and others you can't. So, in real life, I am a minarchist. I advocate for minimizing state size. I try to remove as many regulations as possible. In fact, that is what I used to say during my campaign, and let's say that is what I'm now carrying out. We have just carried out the largest structural reform in Argentine history. It is a structural reform that is 8 times larger than Menem's, which had been the largest structural reform in history. And we did that with 15% of the
smaller government, less regulation does boost and incentivize economic growth. So
yeah,
it stands to reason that's the reason he's been able to pull them out of the recession they were in.
I mean, less regulation. I mean, that it's kind of crazy how when you take away regulations, economies do better,
bro.
I mean,
universally,
yeah, kind of crazy.
Goddamn.
The representatives and 10% of the senators. Furthermore, we have a deregulation ministry where basically every day we eliminate between 1 and 5 regulations. On the other hand, we have 3,200 additional structural reforms pending to the...
That kind of sounds like that Trump policy of for every new regulation they make, they have to delete 10 old ones.
Yep.
Some of this stuff is universal, guys. Like politics isn't as complex as one would like to believe.
And these regulations, honestly, it holds back our manufacturing power. Like there's a reason why it costs a lot to produce things in America, and it really is because of our regulations. Kind of like somebody set it up on purpose for us not to be a manufacturing power.
It does make you think. That makes one ponder.
We have all the opportunity, all the resource, all the people to be one.
Like the only thing holding us back is the regulation at a certain point.
Yeah.
Point that the day we finish all these reforms, we will be the freest country on the planet with the consequences they have in terms of well-being. Think about this. When Ireland started market reforms just over 40 years ago, it was the poorest country in Europe. Today, its GDP per capita is 50% higher than that of the United States. So, I have a current situation. And what I am constantly looking for, whether from my academic works and my outreach notes and books, is the world we have today. That every day we are closer, that every day we gain more freedom. Because there are some very interesting things here. First, I would like to quote Milton Friedman. There is a moment when they do an interview with Milton Friedman and they ask him about liberals. And then he says that there are 3 types of liberals. There are the classical liberals, where, for example, Adam Smith or Milton Friedman himself could fit. Some say that Hayek could fit into that category. For me, Hayek is a minarchist. Then you have the minarchists where you could clearly find in that place Mises, Hayek. One could find in philosophical terms Nozick and basically Ayn Rand. And at one point, Milton Friedman, based on his own son, he says, but if you look closely, there are some who are anarchists. Let's say, probably from my point of view, the person who has been the greatest inspiration in my life is essentially Murray Newton Rothbard. So therefore, There are two dimensions. One is where I want to go, and the topic is where I stand. So the most important thing is to try each day to advance further toward that ideal of anarcho-capitalism. In that sense, sometimes we face strong and harsh criticism regarding that ideal vision. I think that's the nirvana fallacy. If you compare yourself against paradise, everything is horrible and miserable, but you don't live in paradise. You live on earth. Basically, what you need to understand is something called the state conditions. Let's suppose that you don't like rectangular tables. You prefer circular tables. Now, the reality is, I have only a few hours until I go and catch my flight, and the table is rectangular. You like a circular table, a round one, but there isn't one. What you have is a rectangular table. So either we do the interview here or we just can't do it. So what do? You adapt to the current conditions. This is what there is. Now, so then you have some restrictions that you can change and others that you cannot. The idea is to modify all the ones that can be changed in the short term and start working on those that can be modified in the medium or long term. For example, if you really like round tables, perhaps the next interview we may do at a round table. We're going to try and solve it. But today it's something that we couldn't possibly solve. So that's basically the idea, right? Let's say it's about understanding that some restrictions you can't change, others you can, and there are institutional restrictions too. There are many anarcho-capitalists who are dedicated to criticizing, and incredibly, they do so with more violence towards liberals. And many of them actually criticize me, which truly make no sense because it is precisely the nirvana fallacy. But the reality is that, look, in Argentina, for example, the most popular sport is soccer. When you go to watch an Argentina match, it is beautiful. The stands are full and they're all painted with sky blue and white colors. There is a lot of joy. People sing songs that are very fun, that are very distinctive. It's very much part of Argentine folklore, so to speak. But you see, that beautiful show is external. That is to say, it does not determine the outcome. You place the ball in the middle of the field, and no matter how much people shout, the ball doesn't move. The one who moves the ball and scores the goals is Messi. So, what do I mean? If you don't get involved and don't get into it, no, you don't do anything. So, I mean, what do I know? Is that there are many liberals, libertarians, and anarcho-capitalists who are really useless because all they do is criticize, let's say, those of us who want to lead the world toward the ideas of freedom. And what they don't realize is that power is a zero-sum game. And if we don't have it, then the left will have it. Therefore, if you level your harshest criticism at those in your own ranks, you end up being subservient to socialism.
And all right, now we're gonna go ahead and switch over to our man, because you know what? We're going ahead and transition
in honor
of our man Jimmy Carter. R.I.P. Jimmy Carter. I mean, look, man, we have a legacy that affects the world.
Almost 100 years old.
Yeah, or you held a position that affected the world.
Super influential man, notable guy. Like him or hate him.
Yeah, policies are not like. Remember, Jimmy Dore just said it. He was the person that allowed the visa program to take advantage of truckers.
Yep.
But he's also done some good things. So let's get into
the duality to this shit, guys.
But let's see how he was when it came down to, being in a debate or being under fire.
At the peak of his career.
Yeah, let's go.
This poll has found that Governor Carter, a CBS and New York Times poll has found that liberal voters seem to think that you are a liberal candidate, conservative voters think you're a conservative candidate, and moderate voters think you're a moderate candidate. The numbers are pretty hard on that. Does that indicate to you that you have perhaps campaigned as a sort of a wishy-washy candidate, being all things to all people, not taking any particular position yourself?
No, I take specific positions. I think what it indicates is that people don't like to be put in boxes. You know, what used to be a straight liberal attitude in a very ideological way, and what used to be conservative attitudes are now.
I'm mad, but that was a really great answer.
Nah, it really was expert.
Yeah,
honestly.
he's like, bro, the conservatives think you conservatives. Like, bro, it's like everybody trying to pull you on their team because they like you so much. So it does kind of show to his popularity. Like, bro, the conservatives want you to be conservatives, the liberals want you to be liberals, independents. And he's just like, yo, I just have honestly aligning ideas with some of these groups.
Yeah.
It's like I can sit here and say that, yeah, the liberals are right on here, the conservatives are right here, and the independents are right here. But I'm not gonna put myself in a box and just align on one side and disagree to a good idea just because it's from the other side.
I actually love that political take right there, because you take what applies and then you leave what doesn't, right?
Exactly.
I'm not in being a Republican isn't necessarily a monolith. I say this all the time. I'm not a Republican just because I hold one view. I'm gonna, if it takes 10 views, I'm gonna mix and match as I see fit, guys.
All right.
Very much clouded in the public's mind. For instance, I've had very strong support from blacks. I've had very strong support from tough businessmen who want to see the government run properly. And in between, good support from a wide range of supporters, both in New Hampshire, Florida, and also in Maine and Vermont and Iowa. And I don't think that the voters are in doubt about what I say. They just feel that I'm the kind of person that they can trust. And if they are liberal, I think I'm compatible with their views. If they are moderate, the same. And if they voted as conservative, I think they still feel that I'm a good president. So I think this is a kind of image that's a good one. It's based on compatibility with voters, not because they've put me in little boxes as a certain sort of ideologically committed person.
From CBS News, Washington. A spontaneous and unrehearsed news interview on Face the Nation with former governor of Georgia, Jimmy Carter, a candidate for the Democratic presidential nomination. Governor Carter will be questioned by CBS News correspondent Ed Rabel, syndicated columnist for the Chicago Sun-Times, Robert Novak, and CBS News correspondent George Herman. Face the Nation is produced by CBS News.
Yo, they used to do this to the president. Where was this again? It was like a 3-man assault on the president.
Yeah.
It's like we got 3 different people asking questions.
And the only person who could sit in that seat is a qualified individual.
Bro, and I ain't gonna lie, I could see why, because I was going like, well, why does his face look so unsure? And I see why. My man standing in front of 3 people that's about to grill him.
3 moderators that you know is about to hold his feet to the fire on some things.
Woo.
Imagine Kamala sitting in that seat like that.
Oh, she can never.
Bro.
Which is solely responsible for the selection of today's guest and panel.
Governor Carter, you say that you think liberals consider you a liberal and moderates a moderate and so forth because of the blurring of the labels and the categories, and you say you have taken stands on the issues. Yet some of the stands you've taken on the issues seem to some critics to be a little bit blurry. For example, the right to work law, the repeal of the right to work law is certainly not the most important issue in the country. Nevertheless, you've said that you will sign such a repeal if it should be passed, and you're also on record as opposing such a repeal.
Well, when I was running for governor of Georgia, I told the labor leaders and also the public that if Georgia legislature repealed the right to work laws, that I would be glad to sign it into law. That was when my responsibilities were to Georgia. At that time, I did not favor a repeal of 14B, which is a national law. Now that I approach the presidency as a potential president, I've taken the same position, which I think is fairly consistent, although there's some inconsistency there, I admit. But I want everybody to understand that if the Congress passes a repeal of 14B, that I'll be glad to sign it into law.
Governor, in line with this question of wishy-washiness and indeterminate positions, you have said...
I mean, where is this structure again, bro? We got this guy from Chicago Sun-Times, all from their own different publications.
Constantly on your campaign that you're in favor of national comprehensive mandatory health insurance, but you don't tell how it would be financed, how much it would cost, and whether it would be under private or public auspices. You prepared to say that today, or do you think the public doesn't need to know your answers to that question?
Well, I don't know the answer yet. There are two phases of a national comprehensive mandatory health insurance program that I'd like to reserve the right to decide later on. When I have more time to study it, I would presume that before the general election is, or if I am the nominee, that I'd spell it out specifically. But I would like to reserve the right to include the private sector, say Blue Cross and Blue Shield, as a co-partner with the federal government in the administration of a national health insurance program. And as far as the exact percentages that would be derived from general funds, employees, and employer contributions, that's another subject that I don't yet know about my exact stand, but I think that's not very important to the voters. What they want to know is, are we going to have a national comprehensive mandatory health insurance program? I'm committed to that, and will work hard as president to get it implemented.
Governor, the centerpiece of your campaign has been reorganization, as it was in Georgia, and you say you don't want anybody to vote for you this year who doesn't want to see the federal government reorganized.
Right.
You talk about 1,900 agencies being reorganized to 200, and yet you really aren't willing to say which agencies are going to be eliminated, what's going to happen to certain agencies. Why can't you tell us now what's going to happen?
Well, there's no way for me to envision at this point as a full-time candidate which particular agencies in the federal government would survive 3 years after I'm in the White House. It took me a full year just to study Georgia's government. When we had 300 agencies to start with, we abolished 278 of them through consolidation or complete elimination.
Oh, why does this man sound like the original Doge?
Man,
no, this man
went in and took 300 organizations down to 2,
and he was from Georgia. One, I didn't know that. But you tell me he went in Georgia. He's like, yeah, I'm all about firing people. I'm all about removing officials. So he told me, he's like, yeah, he's like, bro, we have all these like organizations and in government. You're just gonna come through and what? I only have 200 left, bro. We're talking about 1,900. He said, yeah, but you telling us you only want to leave 200. And bro out here talking like, well, I don't know who's gonna survive.
So as much as we praise Doge for being so new and innovative, it seems like Jimmy Carter was on that wave back in the 70s.
Man.
We now have about 1,900, perhaps more, in the federal government, and I intend to cut those down to no more than 200. It's a goal I've set for myself that I think is achievable.
Well, can the voters really make a judgment on you if you cannot tell them specifically what you're going to do now?
Well, whether or not they can, they'll have to, because there's no way that I can take off from campaigning, do a complete and definitive study of what the federal government is and what it's going to be 3 or 4 years in the future, even if I was in the White House now.
Governor,
I'll give full prerogatives. I couldn't do it, but let me give you one other point. We now have 72 agencies responsible for health. I can't say which of those 72 might survive, but we certainly don't need that many. I would say 2 would be a gracious plenty. We have 42 responsible for education. Which ones of those should survive, I can't say, but I certainly know that we don't need 42 agencies responsible for education.
Governor, I'll give you a question you don't have to take off from campaigning to answer, and that is that in your, no matter how many agencies you eliminated in Georgia, the payroll in your 4 years of governor increased about 24% in the state.
That's right.
Now, in the federal government, would you reduce the federal payroll, and if so, by how much, forgetting about how many agencies you eliminated?
I can't say that I would. We reduced administrative costs tremendously in Georgia and shifted the saved money into better services for our people. This resulted in a drastic reduction in the growth of the state payroll. The last year I was in office, the payroll increased about 2.4%, and I can certainly guarantee that administrative costs in the federal government would be reduced drastically compared to total cost.
But a lot of people have the idea that you would decrease the number of federal bureaucrats. Actually, you would keep about the same number or more on. Is that correct?
I can't say that it'd be exactly the same or more, but the portion of our federal budget that goes to administrative costs will be cut substantially. We did it in Georgia. There's no doubt in my mind it can be done in the federal government.
But you did increase the payroll.
Total, yes, but this was in mental health centers, better prison reform, more teachers, better alcoholism treatment centers, and so forth, out of desk jobs, administrative jobs, into service jobs. Yes, that did occur.
Let's talk about campaigning for a moment, since you bring that up. What are your campaign plans? What is your strategy for the next period?
Well, I'm immediately looking at the next 4 states, which is Chicago, Illinois areas, Tuesday, and then North Carolina a week from Tuesday, and then the following week, Kansas and Virginia. That's the next 4 states, encompassing about 325 delegates. And then the following 2 states, the 5th and 6th ones, will be New York and Wisconsin on the 6th of April, which has about the same number of delegates, about 340.
How do you think you'll do in Illinois?
I think I'll do well. I've got 2 tough opponents there, well, maybe 3 tough ones. George Wallace is making an all-out effort in Illinois, so is Sergeant Shriver, who formerly lived and worked in Illinois, as you know, plus Fred Harris, who has some very fervent supporters. Then North Carolina would be another showdown vote.
Well, let me stop at Illinois for a moment. I hate to get into this numbers game, but perhaps we should have some idea right now what you think you need to do in Illinois.
Well, I would like to come in first in the preferential primary. That's what I would need to do to be pleased. And we're challenging 84 delegates in Illinois. I would like very much to get at least a 4th of those and show to the other uncommitted delegates, or those who are committed to the so-called Stevenson slate, which is controlled to a substantial degree by Mayor Daley, or the Walker slate, which is for the governor, that I do have strong support in Illinois. I think it would help me later on when the time comes for those voters to make, the delegates to make a final decision. If I can do well in that district and say, look, I carried the votes of your own people back home, therefore you ought to support me in the convention, it would help a lot. So I'd say at least a 4th of the challenged delegates, plus to win the primary.
Governor, you really need, sooner or later, you are going to need the votes and the delegates of the big industrial northern states, are you not? Or can you write those off?
No, I'm not writing off anything.
No, but do you need them? Do you require them? Are they an important part of your strategy to gain
Yes, it is. And of course, Illinois is the first time that I'm really going all out to win delegates and votes. But I might point out that that's kind of an idle exercise, because in the 13 southern states, which, for instance, are being written off completely by Senator Jackson, there are about the same number of votes as exist in Michigan, plus Pennsylvania, plus Ohio, plus New York.
678 delegates.
I believe so, and that's about the same as the top 4 states in the East.
Well, now,
so
how about
I think
those
that's
4
a good.
states?
I'm sorry?
How about those 4 states? New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Ohio, with their 737 delegates.
Well, we're going to do as well as we can in all 4 of those states. I'm in at all of them.
Yeah.
But the point is that my opponents are just writing off a total region of the country.
Can you win, and will you win a substantial portion of those 737 northern industrial state delegates?
I believe so. Yes, sir. We've got good, strong support in Ohio, well organized there, and in Pennsylvania. We'll do well in Michigan. You know, in New York, this is a very difficult state because it's still fairly well controlled by the political bosses of New York. We just recently, this week, got the legislature and others attempting to put my name on the ballot at all. And now.
And guys, like the video if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Reacting to this Face the Nation, Jimmy Carter in 76.
Man,
crazy stuff here. RIP the man. Go ahead and drop a like for your boys. Second Key Media. Double tap the screen.
So it's so interesting about this.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't cut you off there, but it's before and after he won. So yes, so it's from in 1976, and then there's one from 1984. We're also going to get into.
Oh, awesome. Sounds great, guys. But yeah, drop a like, double tap the screen, or hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner. Let's get back to it.
My opponents, particularly Senator Jackson, is challenging on technicalities my right to have delegates in the different districts. But we'll do the best we can under those adverse circumstances.
Governor, when you were ever asked on the campaign trail about foreign policy, I've noticed that you always make a criticism and get a great deal of applause for it, that one of the things wrong with our foreign policy is that whenever you walk into an embassy and see, quote, a fat, bloated, ignorant, rich, major contributor to Nixon who can't even speak the language of the country in which he serves, you think that's part of what's wrong with our foreign policy. Governor, can you name one such fat, ignorant, bloated ambassador who can't speak the language?
No, I wouldn't want to name any.
Well, can you name one, though? You make the accusation all over. There are only 4 ambassadors, Governor, who gave contributions to Mr. Nixon. Are any of them fit that category?
Well, I wouldn't want to name names, but the point that I make is, and I don't do it every time I make a foreign policy speech. Every now and then I do, but not often. When I've been in foreign countries and go into the embassies, it's obvious from talking to the people in the countries and talking to the ambassadors that they are not qualified to be diplomats for this country. They are appointed as a political payoff.
Well,
the point I make is that whether they are actually fat or thin, that they are appointed because they are political interrelationships and not because of quality. Now, in the last time I was in Europe, for instance, out of 33 ambassadors who served in the whole European theater, only 3 of them were professional diplomats. The others were appointed for political reasons.
Governor, your credibility has been challenged by your critics and by some people in the press, and there's only 4 people who are now serving as ambassadors who gave money to Nixon. 3 of them know the language of the country that they work in, and one of them is taking language training. Isn't that bordering on demagoguery when you make a flat statement about these kind of fat, bloated?
Hold on. Did you just say one of them is taking language training?
He did.
So doesn't that mean his stance kind of is true? That's why he's kind of smirking a little bit. He's like, bro, you pretty much
you
just
proved my point here.
Yeah. He said, and one of them is taking language. So wait, hold on. He didn't come in already knowing?
Like, thank you. Duh. That's what I'm saying.
Ignorant ambassadors?
No, I don't believe so. I think it illustrates the point very clearly.
Oh,
and when you say presently serving, I presume that you're not including those that have served in the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, you're talking about the present foreign policy.
I was talking about the countries where I visited in the last 4 years while I was governor and since then. I don't know exactly who the ambassadors are now. I haven't visited foreign countries in recent months.
Are you going to continue?
Japan.
Are you going to continue to use that formulation and get pause from it?
I may or may not.
Governor, there's something else you do on the campaign trail that in front of some audiences, you tick off the names of great Americans like Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr. And I've noticed, though, in front of some all-white audiences, you omit the name of Martin Luther King. Now, do you do that intentionally, or have you just forgotten his name?
No. Wow. As a matter of fact, when you and some of the other newsmen asked me that on the plane the other day, it had not been a deliberate thing. What I ordinarily do is if the audience does have black people in it, I always include Martin Luther King Jr.'s name, even if there's only 3 or 4 black people in the whole audience. But since that was pointed out to me, I have very carefully always included Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name, and then will continue to do it.
Had you
it was not a
intentionally
deliberate thing.
Did you do it intentionally before? Or?
No, I wasn't, except that I always intentionally put Martin Luther King Jr.'s name in if there are black people in the audience, because he was a great American.
Why'd you?
You're like, Carter, come on. Are you race baiting with Dr. King's name?
He's like, nah. Whenever I address a crowd of my black delegates, I always bring up Martin Luther King.
Well, when it was okay to be somewhat kind of racist and be like, what you mean, bro? You know, I'm going to mention if I see 1, 2 black people in there.
Yeah, what do you mean? I know that's their guy. Of course I'm going to bring him up.
Like, bro, come on, bro. If you run for president, you tell me you would have mentioned Dr. King. Bro, it's the 70s.
Come on.
Bro just died.
It's like their mascot.
Bro, I'm be real with you. He didn't even die. Like, it ain't even been 20 years since the man died.
Like, who's not bringing him up?
At this point,
you think I'm not going to use that?
Leave it out when they were all white.
Well, it was not a deliberate thing, and it won't be done anymore. But it was just a reaction to the audience and what they would, in the leaders in which they would be interested.
Governor, I gather that Senator Jackson irritated you a little bit during the course of the Massachusetts primary. And you said, I believe, while you were in Florida, that Senator Jackson exploited an issue that has racist connotations. And you said, I don't want to win that kind of a race. Yes. Now, checking back through the files, I find that famous AP dispatch of 1972, February, which quotes you as saying that you would support in your own state a statewide boycott of schools only if the General Assembly fails to pass a resolution calling for a constitutional amendment prohibiting busing, and that then you might support the boycott of schools as a last resort. Isn't that a kind of a campaign, or not a campaign, but a statement with racist connotations?
I think not. At that time, of course, I was not a candidate. I was governor.
I understand.
And I was faced with a massive effort, supported by many political figures in Georgia, to mount an all-out boycott against our public school system because of the threat of busing in Augusta. As an alternative to the boycott, and in order to hold down racial tension in the state, I said that the better way to handle it was to let the legislature pass a simple, non-binding resolution calling on the Congress to address the issue through a constitutional amendment rather than having all of our kids leave the schools all over Georgia. The impact of my statement was to defuse racial tension, and I don't think it was designed to prey on the divisive and emotional and racist attitudes that did exist in a few of our people.
If you were elected president, how do you think you would be able to exert some leadership on the question of schools and integration?
Well, I think
you have some ideas, some formulas for achieving certain kinds of integration without busing?
So. One way is that I could use my own family and my own background as an example. I think that the passage of the Civil Rights Act was the best thing that ever happened to the South in my lifetime. The integration of our schools has not been a step backward for us. It's been a step forward.
I mean,
I think we've made a lot of progress.
Oh no, man. Now looking at this in hindsight, the desegregation of our schools. Now, you're right. They gave black people dirtier schools, but you know, all we
They weren't
asked was for
doing so
equal
bad.
opportunity. If we just got the same books as white people did, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think we would have complained.
No, that's a very good point, honestly.
We'd been
Equal
cool.
playing ground. That's
I
all
mean,
we was asking for.
And then let's be real, like our family structure was better in segregation times.
Yeah, yeah. Higher performing.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real.
Better outlook.
According
Nuclear
to
family.
And according to Lyndon B. Johnson, this whole civil rights movement was just a way to get us to vote Democrat for the next 100 years.
And I quote, I'm gonna have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 100 years.
Sweet Jesus. But hey, look where we're at.
Progress in the South, and I think most Southerners are very proud of it. I'm not in favor of mandatory busing. We tried it in the South and it didn't work. The only kids that ever got bused are the poor children. I've never seen a rich child bust. So we worked out in Atlanta a busing system that is my favorite. And I would emphasize this, but I've also made it clear that as president, I would be sworn to uphold the law. And if the federal courts rule contrary to my own personal desire, that I would support the federal court.
Well,
Also,
Governor,
I do not favor a constitutional amendment to prohibit busing. I think it would be a very divisive thing.
This is the second time this kind of issue has come up in this program and this broadcast, and it disturbs me a little bit because I keep hearing you saying that you would follow rather than that you would lead. If such and such a law were passed, you would sign it. Doesn't, in your theory, doesn't the president have some ability and some obligation to lead and to try to get things done himself rather than simply signing things that come to him?
I certainly do. And to provide equality of opportunity for black people and other minority groups in the schools would be a very, very important responsibility of mine as president. I think I met that responsibility very clearly in Georgia. As a matter of fact, if there's one uniform base of support that I've demonstrated in all the primaries so far, it is support of black people who have seen what I have done in Georgia as governor. And I would maintain the same posture toward black people as president.
Governor,
but I still would have to say that I can't mislead the people by saying that I would undo Supreme Court rulings, or if a court ruled contrary to my own beliefs, that I would try to fight against a court. I would support the court rulings, even if it did disagree with what I basically believe is best.
Governor, you tend to have it both ways on both busing and abortion by saying you are opposed to forced busing and you are opposed to abortion, but you would not attempt to amend the Constitution on either issue. Is that because you do think you would fail to amend the Constitution, or do you have some philosophical complaint against any further amendments to the Constitution?
No, I don't have any philosophical commitments that would be overriding. But we, for 15 or 20 years in the South, have dealt with the race issue. It was very divisive for us, very difficult question for us to face. We faced it well, and there was a lot of bloodshed, a lot of heartache. But I would not favor trying to prohibit busing in the state, in the states of the country, by passing a constitutional amendment. It would just reopen old wounds and old sores and have every legislature bogged down in debating back and forth whether or not to try to prevent busing with a constitutional amendment. I think that's the wrong way to go about it. We have successfully overcome that problem. And I think that Boston and other places now, 10, 15 years behind the South, I think eventually they'll come basically to the Atlanta plan, which says voluntary busing is okay, but the blacks have to be adequately represented in running the school system. That's my preference. And I don't favor a constitutional amendment on that subject.
No, I just brought up the abortion issue, and you.
And all right, now make sure you guys go ahead and double tap that screen if you're liking the content, or hit the three dots up there in the corner. And man, we can go ahead and turn this into a call-in show. Just go ahead and help us reach our goal of about 46 more super chats. We'll go ahead and open up the call-in line, man. We appreciate the support, guys.
You say on the campaign stump that some people think that abortion is murder. Do you?
Come on.
That's a hard question for me to answer. I have a deep feeling that abortion is wrong. At what stage in the development of the fetus it becomes murder, I can't say. But I wish that there were never any abortions. It really bothers me about it. The Supreme Court has ruled that the first 13 weeks, the mother and the doctor have a right to have an abortion. I wish that there were no abortions, but I can't say at what point the abortion becomes murder.
Governor,
I mean, I feel the same way. I'm like, bro, I wish there were no abortions. I wish it wasn't even something being conceived right now. But it's something that the American
fair
people,
stance, though.
Yeah, but it's something that the American people are talking about.
Since Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court decision has been that of 13 weeks. And I mean, that's almost core to what we believe societally today.
Yeah. 13, and some people reduced it down to 6.
Yeah.
many liberals who supported you through the Florida primary supported you because you felt you could defeat George Wallace, and you did defeat him there, are now having second thoughts about continuing their support. Do you need them now to win the Democratic nomination, the liberals?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't agree with your premise. I have seen a shift of several of the liberals who were holding back toward me since the Massachusetts primary. I think my liberal strength has been increasing since Massachusetts, and I believe that after Florida, it will continue. Yes, I do need them very badly and would like to have them. Some of the leading liberal political activists, particularly in Washington, have never known me, and I've never had a chance to know them. And they've been very reluctant to support me. But they are fine people, and I would like very much to have their support, yes.
Governor, this brings up perhaps the most unpleasant question I have to ask you, and that is one of sort of sectarian, sectional rivalry. There's been a lot of talk that some people in the South believe that liberals in the North are rejecting you because you are a Southerner, and I detect a good deal of anger in the South at the idea that Northerners cannot support you because you are a Southerner. Do you feel that way? Do you feel that Northerners have some anti-Southern bigotry or prejudice about you?
Just a few. I haven't suffered because I'm a Southerner.
You have
speaking.
not?
I don't believe so. I did very well in Maine, very well in Vermont, very well in New Hampshire. In fact, out of the first 4 New England primaries, I've carried 3 of them first place. There is still some difficulty in my convincing some Northern liberals that a Southerner can be a good, honest, decent, non-biased president.
Are you implying that this prejudice that you encounter is among Northern liberals?
That's right. What there is of it. But I want to hasten to say that I don't consider it to be a major factor. I think this is a tiny majority, a tiny minority. And it doesn't concern me because of the results of the election so far. But I wish it didn't exist at all. And I believe that the fear of me, because I am from the South, is dissipating rapidly.
Governor, when you're ever asked about your desire to cut the defense budget $7 or $8 billion, you always mention how many generals or admirals there are. Yeah. Do you know, on either in percentages or flat amounts, what the cost of the salaries of the generals and admirals is?
That's a great question.
No, I don't.
It's 0.4%, 0.04%, and $41 million. Don't you think that also borders on exaggeration and making that a major issue?
I ain't gonna lie.
That sounds like a lot of money regardless.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Even the best mathematician probably couldn't solve that one on the spot.
Oh God!
Like, wait, what? What's the budget? He said all that without telling them the budget. It's like a trick question almost.
$41 million. I'm like, so he's still making millions,
bro?
No, it doesn't. Because the actual number of admirals,
I'm like, bro, let's get to the point. What kind of trick ass question is that?
And generals is mirrored all the way down to the ranks. We have too much of an overload of bureaucracy in the Defense Department. As I said many times, we have more admirals and generals than we had when we had 11 million Americans in uniform at the end of the Second World War. And when you have an admiral, you've got an awful lot of people under him who are almost admirals. We've got an admiral now for 1.7 ships. We've got 8 captains for every ship,
I have
which
to
I think is
interrupt
ridiculous.
this flow of statistics, and thank you very much, Governor Carter, for being with us on Face the Nation.
Thank you.
Hey, shout out. All right, so that was the speech. Let's see if this is part 2 here. This we're about to get into. Yeah, so that was the speech from 76. So they're about to go in a recording of the 1984 speech. So before and after, guys, let's get into part 2 of that.
Today on Face the Nation, former governor of Georgia.
Oh yeah, if you have any questions, comments, or jokes you want to send in, man, help us reach our super chat goal and send in $1 and up super chat. We'll go ahead and read it out loud for you and post to the top of the chat. Appreciate the support, guys.
Jimmy Carter, a candidate for the Democratic presidential nomination, was interviewed by CBS News correspondent Ed Rabel, syndicated columnist for the Chicago Sun-Times Robert Novak, and CBS News correspondent George Herman. Next week, another prominent figure in the news will face the nation.
Welcome to Face the Nation. I'm Leslie Stahl reporting from San Francisco. Can a housewife from Queens help unify the Democratic Party, which has been a house divided against itself?
Walter Mondale and his choice for Vice President Geraldine Ferraro will come to the Democratic Convention in hopes of binding up the wounds inflicted during the harsh primary battles. But will challenger Gary Hart keep fighting? We'll ask the senator from Colorado. Was Mondale's naming a woman for vice president a masterstroke or a major mistake? We'll ask conservative political analyst Kevin Phillips and Brooklyn District Attorney Elizabeth Holtzman. Will the Republicans try to make Jimmy Carter a major issue? We'll ask the former president himself. The Democrats' man-woman ticket, is it a winning combination? An issue facing the nation.
From CBS News San Francisco, Face the Nation with White House correspondent Leslie Stahl.
Congresswoman Geraldine Ferraro represents Archie Bunker's district in Queens.
Boy, the way Glenn Miller plays.
Songs Walter Mondale was gambling that the country would come to see Ferraro in the same glowing light as her working-class constituents in Queens do.
Girls were girls and men were men.
I looked for the best vice president, and I found her in Jerry Ferraro.
Ferraro is living up to her reviews as an outspoken, tough campaigner.
The president walks around calling himself a good Christian. I don't for 1 minute believe it because the policies are so terribly unfair.
The Republicans are already questioning her qualifications for the job.
The women who have advanced in our party and who are coming up through the ranks today are doing it by merit.
I've known Geraldine a long time. She's very capable. She's, I think, would be one of the sterling potential women to serve as a vice presidential candidates.
The Republicans may decide to concentrate on linking Mondale with his old running mate, Jimmy Carter. For the moment, though, Mondale is concentrating on running a harmonious convention here in San Francisco, where there's already been a violent street demonstration. And he's trying to pull together the warring factions of the party.
Every debate does not mean division. Debate really means democracy.
Gary Hart, too, is being asked to march in the Mondale-Ferraro parade. But
I intend to be the nominee of this party and the next president of the United States.
Joining us now in the CBS News anchor booth at the convention center is Senator Gary Hart. Senator, it's the eve of the convention. Why do you keep insisting you're going to be the nominee? You don't have the delegates. A lot of people are saying it's a divisive factor here.
Oh, I haven't heard anyone seriously urge that my presence in this race is divisive. We have at least 1,300 or 1,400 delegates coming from more primaries and more caucuses than any other candidate. And I think by bringing those delegates to this convention and the millions of voters that they represent, I'm doing this party a benefit and a favor, I think, for this fall.
Do you really think you can win the nomination?
Yes, I do. And I think the issue here is which of us has the better chance of winning the election.
Excuse me, Senator, but you know, the numbers just don't stack up.
The numbers have never stacked up. From New Hampshire, before, during the middle part of the primaries. This campaign has come up against great odds all the time.
All right, let's get to Jim. I see this is part of the entire segment that they had. So let's go ahead and get to where my man Jimmy Carter speaks, which is right around,
Jimmy Carter will deliver a speech at the convention tomorrow night. Walter Mondale's been urged to distance himself from Mr. Carter as the Republicans have been trying to make the former president an issue in the campaign. We asked Mr. Carter about that during an interview a few days ago in Plains.
Well, I doubt it. The issues will be there, and I don't think they relate to presidents who've served in the past.
Bro, 8 years in office.
But matters concerning nuclear arms control, peace in the Middle East, peace in Central America, our relations.
Most stressful job in the world, right?
Bro, Chad.
My man had...
Scroll the video back 5 minutes. Look at him in 76 versus 84.
I mean, bro had all blonde hair. Now that's
very little wrinkles. Now my man got crow's feet, all type of stress built up.
Tough job.
God damn.
Relationships with the Soviet Union, the size of a deficit. These are the kind of things that will be brought to the forefront.
Bollocks pellets.
Bollocks?
You know, it's funny. I think Big Twan was saying that means bowls or something like that.
It is like a British phrase. Bollocks. It is like a British phrase, isn't it?
Yeah, which British for balls. Yeah, Ballers, which is British for balls.
Lapellas, though.
Yep, man. Shout out from our own Brit here at S.E.T Media, Big Twan.
Hey, yeah, shout out Big T, man.
Yeah, Big T, boy, talk. That's not a baby.
Ball.
As issues in the fall, and my hope is that the decision will be made on the issues, on the character of the two parties, and on the character of the two men who might potentially lead our country.
Well, his people say that what they're going to try and do is link.
And that makes 45 super chats until we open up the call-in line. So send any question, comments, jokes, $1 and up, and we will go. And if we can get it to the right number, we'll go ahead and open up that call-in line, which is 46.
We appreciate the support, guys. Keep showing support. We'll keep it going, man.
And go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation.
Yes,
Mondale to you, and then bring up all the things that they think the public saw as negatives in your administration.
And I would presume that, on the other hand, the Democrats will bring up the elements that were positive in my administration.
Let me quote something you said recently at a news conference. You said you thought it would be a mistake for Mondale to associate himself very closely with you.
Yes.
Why?
Well, I don't think that Mondale ought to run his campaign based upon our past administration. Nor would Reagan want to run his campaign based upon the administrations of Richard Nixon or Gerald Ford or Herbert Hoover or anyone else. I think the nation is much more inclined to look to the future than to the past. And we had some things in my administration that were very admirable and of which I'm very proud. We had some things that happened in administration that are not politically advantageous. And I would guess that both candidates would try to emphasize those things that they thought would help them most.
Well, you have admitted, even in this interview, that the hostages hurt you a lot in the campaign. And if they can conjure up that image and pin it on Mr. Mondale, obviously they're hoping it'll hurt him a lot.
But that's dangerous business, because to talk about 70 or so hostages, all of whom came back from the Mideast safe and to freedom on the one hand, compared to the debacle in Lebanon, when we lost so many people in a useless and ill-advised military adventure, I think would not bode well for Reagan.
You have made a lot of the fact that Mr. Mondale was your partner.
Yes.
How important is that really?
I found Mondale to be very helpful to me. He made very important trips to foreign nations. I think after a few months, the foreign leaders knew that for the first time, perhaps in history, the vice president actually spoke with the full authority of the president. And when we had negotiating sessions with the Chinese, with Begin and Sadat, at the Camp David meetings and also in their own countries, when we met across the table with Gromyko or Dobrynin to negotiate the SALT II treaty and so forth, Mondale was right there. I made the ultimate decisions, of course, and enjoyed doing so. And on the few occasions when he and I disagreed, it was understood clearly that he had to support my position, and he always did.
The Republicans say that the single biggest issue in the campaign will be leadership. And they, frankly, are relishing what they hope will be a spectacle in San Francisco of Mondale being unable to control his own troops.
We've had some bad conventions. I think the 1980 convention was a bad one, because the primary impression that went out to the American people was that the Democratic Party was divided, and that we never were able to heal the Kennedy-Carter rift, even up until November. The 1968 convention was a bad one in Chicago. I think the 1984 convention will be a good one. I think the differences that now have existed in the Democratic Party because of a primary campaign, a tough campaign, will be healed. And I think the strong desire of the Democrats to replace Reagan in the White House will overcome any remaining differences among us. That's my prediction. I believe it's a good one.
What advice would you give Mr. Mondale about debating Ronald Reagan?
Well, I predicted before that President Reagan, as he did in 1980, will try to avoid a series of definitive debates, that he will try to have one debate where personalities and impressions and generalities can prevail. And my advice to both candidates would be to let the American people understand where you stand, and let there be a series of debates.
Do you have any advice on tactics?
Not yet. I doubt if he would seek my advice on it.
I thought you were going to say he should lock up his briefing books.
I don't know how President Reagan will do without the briefing books.
And all right, man. Now let's go ahead and get into Wall Street Journal's memorabilia of my man. Man, Jimmy Carter. Like I said, you know, no one, I'm be real with you. I don't agree with any politician 100%, but hey, that's what it is, man. The man lived a good life. You gotta give it to him.
It's now time for healing.
Jimmy Carter was president during a tumultuous time in America. As commander-in-chief, he received low marks among historians.
As might be expected, the longer the line and waiting time, the angrier some motorists became.
The crisis in Iran is more urgent right now than the campaign here at home.
But his post-presidency was considered one of the most successful to date.
Really?
Here's a look at the key moments from his time in the Oval Office and the years that followed. The 1970s were marked by oil price spikes due to interruptions in Middle East supply. The interruptions rippled through the U.S. economy, resulting in high inflation and stagnating growth. Carter called the energy crisis the moral equivalent of war.
The energy crisis has not yet overwhelmed us, but it will if we do not act quickly.
So Carter focused on conserving energy. He set an example by turning the heat down in the White House and installing solar panels on its roof. One of the high points of Carter's presidency came as he moved to rejuvenate the Middle East peace process. He hosted the Camp David Accords, which led to a peace deal between Israel and Egypt, with the country's leaders jointly receiving the Nobel Peace Prize.
I have already, last night, invited the other leaders of the Arab world to help sustain progress toward a comprehensive peace.
In another key and controversial moment of his presidency, President Carter announced the U.S. would boycott the 1980 Summer Olympics in Moscow in response to the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. It marked the first time the U.S. had skipped an Olympic Games. In response, the Soviets boycotted the Los Angeles Games in 1984.
Petty.
The biggest crisis of Carter's presidency came in 1979.
Make sure to like the video, guys. We got 100 plus of y'all in here. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support.
After he allowed the Shah of Iran, an American ally, into the U.S. for medical treatment. In his absence, fundamentalists seized power. Iranian students stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and took Americans hostage. A rescue mission resulted in a helicopter crash that left 8 servicemen dead and no hostages rescued. A humiliating setback for the United States.
We have been disappointed before. We will not give up in our efforts.
The hostage crisis weighed heavily on his 1980 re-election campaign. Carter later blamed the fiasco for wrecking his chances of a second term. The hostages were ultimately released on January 20th, 1981, the day Carter's hawkish successor, Ronald Reagan, assumed the presidency. A week earlier, Carter bid farewell from the Oval Office.
I will lay down my official responsibilities in this office to take up once more the only title in our democracy superior to that of president, the title of citizen.
After his exit from the presidential stage, his philanthropic and civic work took shape and drew him broad admiration. In 1982, he founded the Carter Center with the mission of advocating for human rights. Carter launched public health campaigns against river blindness and the guinea worm in Africa. He supported home building through Habitat for Humanity, observed elections in dozens of countries, and worked to resolve conflicts in Haiti and elsewhere. For decades, Carter hosted a Bible study in his hometown of Plains, Georgia, shared his views through more than 24 books.
Damn.
Which
I see what last thing was talking about. A man had a bad cabinet because I'm gonna be real with you. Kind of just sounds like if he'd had the right team around him, he'd pretty much got all his ideals out. And then he didn't have the right team, but guess what? He didn't give up on his ideals. I love it.
Which earned him 3 spoken word Grammy Awards. In 2019, Carter became the oldest living president. His wife, Rosalind, a key advisor throughout his presidency, died in 2023 at 96 years old. He attended her funeral at their hometown church, where Rosalind was a deacon, and Jimmy gave regular Sunday school talks. In a statement, Carter called his wife an equal partner in everything I ever accomplished. He was driven to use his post-presidency, spanning over 4 decades, to help millions of people around the world. By 2002, Carter became the first and only president to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for work after leaving office.
God gives us a capacity for choice. We can choose to alleviate suffering. We can choose to work together for peace. We can make these changes, and we must. Thank you.
All right. And we got just one more speech from the man, Jimmy Carter.
But over those,
and then we're gonna go ahead and wish my man, well, happy rest in peace, my man. You did your job. You did your job while you were young and while you were old. You never stopped working to, honestly, I guess, better those who are less fortunate.
Good evening.
You gotta be, hey man, you gotta be real. My man lived an honest life.
It is rare indeed that an American president will acknowledge publicly and beforehand that a particular speech or event is a turning point for him. It simply makes the stakes too high for comfort. But that is exactly what President Carter has done, and it's an indication of how deeply he believes he's in trouble. His speech tonight from the Oval Office of the White House on energy, on leadership, and on what he describes as the national malaise could very well determine who governs this country for the next 4 years. Here's the president.
good evening. This is a special night for me. Exactly 3 years ago, on July 15th, 1976, I accepted the nomination of my party to run for President of the United States. I promised you a president who is not isolated from the people, who feels your pain and who shares your dreams, and who draws his strength and his wisdom from you. During the past 3 years, I've spoken to you on many occasions about national concerns, the energy crisis, reorganizing the government, our nation's economy, and issues of war, and especially peace. But over those years, the subjects of the speeches, the talks, and the press conferences have become increasingly narrow, focused more and more on what the isolated world of Washington thinks is important. Gradually, you've heard more and more about what the government thinks, or what the government should be doing, and less about our nation's hopes, our dreams, and our vision of the future. 10 days ago, I had planned to speak to you again about a very important subject, energy. For the 5th time, I would have described the urgency of the problem and laid out a series of legislative recommendations to the Congress. But as I was preparing to speak, I began to ask myself the same question that I now know has been troubling many of you. Why have we not been able to get together as a nation to resolve our serious energy problem? It's clear that the true problems of our nation are much deeper than gasoline lines or energy shortages, deeper even than inflation or recession.
Okay.
And I realize more than ever that as president, I need your help. So I decided to reach out.
You know, it's crazy. I kind of hear what he's saying. He's like, bro, it's deeper, because when people were talking about this whole tariff and tax on the people, and I'm just like, you know what? It is deeper than just make an even playing field. Like, bro, the citizens got to play along too. The citizens got to get with the program too. Like, bro, we're trying to help America, and it don't help when y'all are honestly, well, I'll be real with you, like upholding Chinese-made products. Y'all gonna get mad that y'all can't buy a Chinese-made product that makes y'all like that make America lose jobs.
Yeah.
But then, but then, like I said though, but you don't want immigrants over here taking them. It's like it
hurts the integrity of the process.
Yeah, so it
deeply challenges the integrity of the process.
So
because if we're trying to build something up over here and they're doing that over there, then we're thrown off. The balance is off over here.
So it is a bit crazy when people don't realize even today, like, bro, this isn't, bro, it's for the people, by the people. We got to be involved in this. We just can't expect the president to solve anything without us doing anything too. It's like, yo, Trump said he's trying to get more things to be built in America. Well, I guess we should all start buying things that are built in America.
Right. That's a very good point.
Instead of complaining about how your Chinese goods are going to go up.
All right, start buying locally.
And to listen to the voices of America. I invited to Camp David people from almost every segment of our society, business and labor, teachers and preachers, governors, mayors, and private citizens. And then I left Camp David to listen to other Americans, men and women like you. It has been an extraordinary 10 days. And I want to share with you what I've heard. First of all, I got a lot of personal advice. Let me quote a few of the typical comments that I wrote down. This from a Southern governor. Mr. President, you're not leading this nation. You're just managing the government. You don't see the people enough anymore.
Is this man really reading a letter from the people?
Yeah.
When the last time a president, bro, hold on, bro. How real was this man?
Heard us out, represented us, articulated our points and our thoughts.
I'm like, oh, hold on.
We've gotten so far away from this.
Bro stepped into a 3v1 willingly, reading like papers.
Out the American people's thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, a real one. I give it to him.
This from a Southern governor.
Southern governor. Okay.
Mr. President, you're not leading this nation. You're just managing the government. You don't see the people enough anymore. Some of your cabinet members don't seem loyal. There is not enough discipline among your disciples.
I mean, not wrong.
Don't talk to us about politics or the mechanics of government, but about an understanding of our common good. Mr. President, we are in trouble. Talk to us about blood and sweat and tears. If you lead, Mr. President, we will follow. Many people talked about themselves and about the condition of our nation. This from a young woman in Pennsylvania. I feel so far from government. I feel like ordinary people are excluded from political power. And this from a young Chicano. Some of us have suffered from recession all our lives. Some people have wasted energy, but others haven't had anything to waste. And this from a religious leader. No material shortage can touch the important things, like God's love for us or our love for one another. And I like this one particularly from a black woman who happens to be the mayor of a small Mississippi town.
Okay.
The big shots are not the only ones who are important. Remember, you can't sell anything on Wall Street unless someone digs it up somewhere else first. This kind of summarized a lot of other statements. Mr. President, we are confronted with a moral and a spiritual crisis. Several of our discussions were on energy, and I have a notebook full of comments and advice.
Okay.
I'll read just a few. We can't go on consuming 40% more energy than we produce. When we import oil, we are also importing inflation plus unemployment.
And shout out Vlad's team $5. He says Big T wants to know why white gravy with biscuits and what are grits. Why? I mean, I think that's like a Southern cultural thing here in America. I mean, good as hell. Everybody knows biscuits and gravy, sausage biscuits and gravy is like a breakfast staple. But I think it's like a Southern culture, Southern comfort meal, if I had to describe it. And then grits are, to my knowledge, is like a grain that we also enjoy for breakfast. A hot cereal, either a grain or a hot cereal. I'm not really sure of the classification, but it's also a breakfast meal here in America. Shout out Big T though, man. And shout out.
We've got to use what we have. The Middle East has only 5% of the world's energy, but the United States has 24%.
Oh, it's corn? Oh, okay. True.
And this is one of the most vivid statements. Our neck is stretched over the fence, and OPEC has a knife. There will be other cartels and other shortages. American wisdom and courage right now can set a path to follow in the future. This was a good one. Be bold, Mr. President. We may make mistakes, but we are ready to experiment.
Hey.
And this one from a labor leader got to the heart of it.
I didn't know that.
The real issue is freedom. We must deal with the energy problem on a war footing. And the last that I'll read. When we enter the moral equivalent of war, Mr. President, don't issue us BB guns. These 10 days confirmed my belief in the decency and the strength and the wisdom of the American people. But it also bore out some of my long-standing concerns about our nation's underlying problems. I know, of course, being president, that government actions and legislation can be very important. That's why I've worked hard to put my campaign promises into law. And I have to admit, with just mixed success. But after listening to the American people, I have been reminded again that all the legislation in the world can't fix what's wrong with America. So I want to speak to you first tonight about a subject even more serious than energy or inflation. I want to talk to you right now about a fundamental threat to American democracy. I do not mean our political and civil liberties. They will endure. And I do not refer to the outward strength of America, a nation that is at peace tonight everywhere in the world, with unmatched economic power and military might. The threat is nearly invisible in ordinary ways. It is a crisis of confidence. It is a crisis that strikes at the very heart and soul and spirit of our national will. We can see this crisis in the growing doubt about the meaning of our own lives and in the loss of a unity of purpose for our nation. The erosion of our confidence in the future is threatening to destroy the social and the political fabric of America. The confidence that we have always had as a people is not simply some romantic dream or a proverb in a dusty book that we read just on the 4th of July. It is the idea which founded our nation and has guided our development as a people. Confidence in the future has supported everything else. Public institutions and private enterprise, our own families, and the very Constitution of the United States. Confidence has defined our course and has served as a link between generations. We've always believed in something called progress. We've always had a faith that the days of our children would be better than our own. our people are losing that faith, not only in government itself, but in the ability as citizens to serve as the ultimate rulers and shapers of our democracy. As a people, we know our past, and we are proud of it. Our progress has been part of a living history of America, even the world. We always believed that we were part of a great movement of humanity itself called democracy, involved in the search for freedom. And that belief has always strengthened us in our purpose. But just as we are losing our confidence in the future, we are also beginning to close the door on our past. In a nation that was proud of hard work, strong families, close-knit communities, and our faith in God, too many of us now tend to worship self-indulgence and consumption. Human identity is no longer defined by what one does, but by what one owns.
And you know, so crazy. I love what he's saying, because a lot of people want things to change in America, and there's a lot, and the same people want things to change literally work against American interests through their purchasing habits, through how they, I guess, through their political stances. Sometimes it's kind of funny.
Working against our own self-interest.
Yeah, and it's damn near, that's damn near what he's saying. He's like, bro, we have a confidence problem to where we work against our own self-image, our own self-interest.
And we've been indoctrinated and inculcated to do so, always looking for the best price, the cheapest deal, versus trying to build up American business, mom and pop, community based business.
Yeah, man.
It's kind of been something we've done for a long time.
Yep. So shout out Jimmy Carter, man. It's effed up because
think about it. How many times do we go to a Walmart, Kroger, and buy a product that we don't know the manufacturer versus going to a farmer's market?
Shit, I'll say this: right man, wrong cabinet. Right man, wrong cabinet. Because I think even in the letters they were sending, them like, bro, your cabinet's against you, my G.
Yeah.
It's like everything you try to do, these guys to go against. It's like, bro, you're ineffective only because the team you picked, and that's tough.
That is, wow, yeah. Never going to win like that.
But we've discovered that owning things and consuming things does not satisfy our longing for meaning. We've learned that piling up material goods cannot fill the emptiness of lives which have no confidence or purpose. The symptoms of this crisis of the American spirit are all around us. For the first time in the history of our country, a majority of our people believe that the next 5 years will be worse than the past 5 years. 2/3 of our people do not even vote. The productivity of American workers is actually dropping. And the willingness of Americans to save for the future has fallen below that of all other people in the Western world. As you know, there is a growing disrespect for government and for churches and for schools, the news media, and other institutions. This is not a message of happiness or reassurance, but it is the truth. And it is a warning. These changes did not happen overnight. They've come upon us gradually over the last generation. Years that were filled with shocks and tragedy. We were sure that ours was a nation of the ballot, not the bullet, until the murders of John Kennedy and Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. We were taught that our armies were always invincible and our causes were always just, only to suffer the agony of Vietnam, we respected the presidency
That's a tough one.
as a place of honor until the shock of Watergate. We remember when the phrase "sound as a dollar" was an expression of absolute dependability.
Damn, sound as a dollar.
Until 10 years of inflation began to shrink our dollar and our savings. We believed that our nation's resources were limitless until 1973, when we had to face a growing dependence on foreign oil. These wounds are still very deep. They have never been healed.
I mean, all to do with regulations.
Honestly,
all due to the fact that we just refuse to drill, we refuse to get our own oil. We want to be, and for some reason, we were dependent.
Trying to be green energy.
And this is what pretty much Jimmy Carter's saying is like, bro, it can't just be me saying this. Y'all got to speak up for yourselves too to get this shit down as well. You can't just expect the president. You also got to come at some of these corporations who's allowing this to happen. You damn near got to bang on the door with the president and be like, hey, yo, y'all going to change this or else you ain't going to be in America.
Nah, that's a very good point. The consumer has to hold the manufacturers responsible just in the same way. Can't just be policy. We got to act out with our buying power.
Yeah, and it had to be something like, well, if you're an oil company who's not supporting American values, then we're not going to buy from you.
Exactly. Point blank, period.
Bro, I don't care if I got to skip you and drive 5-10 extra miles up the road or 5-10 extra minutes. I would do so. If that means I'm protecting the American people or the American job, I'll make that sacrifice. But will you?
Looking for a way out of this crisis, our people have turned to the federal government and found it isolated from the mainstream of our nation's life. Washington, D.C. has become an island. The gap between our citizens and our government has never been so wide. The people are looking for honest answers, not easy answers. Clear leadership, not false claims and evasiveness and politics as usual. What you see too often in Washington and elsewhere around the country is a system of government that seems incapable of action. You see a Congress twisted and pulled in every direction by hundreds of well-financed and powerful special interests. You see every extreme position defended to the last vote, almost to the last breath, by one unyielding group or another. You often see a balanced and a fair approach that demands sacrifice, a little sacrifice from everyone, abandoned like an orphan, without support and without friends. Often you see paralysis and stagnation and drift. You don't like it, and neither do I. What can we do? First of all, we must face the truth, and then we can change our course. We simply must have faith in each other, faith in our ability to govern ourselves, and faith in the future of this nation. Restoring that faith and that confidence to America is now the most important task we face. It is a true challenge of this generation of Americans. One of the visitors to Camp David last week put it this way: we've got to stop crying and start sweating. Stop talking and start walking. Stop cursing and start praying. The strength we need will not come from the White House, but from every house in America.
Not the president pretty much saying, hey, man, watch your mouth. Clean your mouth with soap, boy. But all right, we're going to go ahead and get in, I guess, to the next topic.
Yeah, let's do it, guys.
Let's go ahead and get into this immigration, man. This is a pretty good video, man. Shout out.
Like the video if you haven't already, guys. Double tap that screen.
All right, let's go.
2-year-old girl traveling unaccompanied. These are modern day leg irons.
¿Dónde son ustedes? Where are you? Wait, modern day what? Leg irons. Huh, that's crazy. Okay, hold on.
2-year-old girl traveling unaccompanied. These are modern day leg irons.
¿De dónde son ustedes? Where are you from? Where are you from? Turkey. ¿Y de dónde son?
El Salvador.
Wanting to secure our southern border shouldn't be a topic that's up for debate. We all have front doors with locks, how some of us even live in gated apartment communities, but we don't expect our own country to have the same. Especially when majority of the focus when we talk about immigration, we're talking about illegal immigration, not legal. Like, why is wanting to protect our borders seen as conservative or racist when we're selling billions of dollars to Israel and Ukraine to do what? Protect their borders. Like, let's just keep it consistent. So in this video, we're going to talk about just that, especially now that Trump will become president.
I like it. Let's keep it consistent.
Right.
It's like we
support these other countries. We damn near pay for them to uphold their borders, but we don't have that same policy, that same stance for ours.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy. You know, also borders we protect. Japan's.
Oh, it again, and there's all this talk of mass deportation and illegals getting kicked out of the country. We have so much to dive into.
That 2-year-old girl traveling unaccompanied, found by the Texas Department of Public Safety in Maverick County, carrying only, as you see there, a piece of paper with a phone number and a name. The girl, we are told, traveled from El Salvador. Now, News Nation has frequently reported on the crisis of unaccompanied migrant children at the border.
Is that not insane? A 2-year-old found at the border, and people are doing this. The parents behind that 2-year-old are doing this because they know they can get away with it.
This is a photograph from just one day along the Rio Grande of hundreds of thousands of people walking across the border. You have allowed this to happen. The photograph that was before. What are these wristbands?
I don't know what they are.
You don't know what they are.
Damn.
Mr. Secretary, you have just testified to the American people you're incompetent at your job because I've been to the southern border. And if you go to the southern border, along the southern border, you see thousands of these wristbands because the illegal immigrants wear them. The drug cartels, every color corresponds to how many thousands of dollars they owe the cartels. You have turned these cartels into multi-billion-dollar criminal organizations. And these are modern day leg irons.
They really are. Like, these kids, all these people, they're being tagged. It's like they're cattle. It's like it's actually happening. It's actually going down. There are people coming in through our southern border and people are making money off of it. It's not just people seeking asylum or somebody fleeing, you know, the bad country and they just want to seek, you know, wholesome refuge and be safe and, you know, coddled in the United States. No, it's not just that. There is a huge illegal operation that is buying and selling children and kids and women. None of this is fake. None of this is for outrage. It's actually something that's happening. And the only outrage that I personally feel when it comes to this issue, and that I feel like a lot of more conservatives and Republicans have, is that the left downplays it as, you know, oh, they're just seeking asylum. It's fine. Let them in, let them in. But no, the system that we have right now.
That's what I say, guys, for everybody who comes over here with legitimate pretense, like legitimate purpose, trying to actually use the TPS program for what it was meant for. There's 10 people behind that person that are coming over here trying to finesse that system.
Yeah, TPS, visa. I mean, anyway into the country, they're abusing it.
Come on, guys. So just to have this altruistic, good Samaritan outlook of, oh, let them in. We're supposed to be helping them out. Understand that everybody's not coming over here with authentic, transparent pretense. They're not coming over here necessarily to use the system as it was intended, but to finesse.
As they do so well.
Man.
Now has created multi-billion-dollar for the cartel to buy and sell humans, for people to be smuggled into the United States. They're skipping the line, they're skipping the legal process. And that's just not right. No one's saying stop immigration. Some people are. There are some fringes that are, but I'm a person that's not. I'm okay with legal immigration, and most people are. And you can be in favor of actual...
Most of us are okay, especially when it comes in through that O1 visa or the astounding one visa. Yeah, we're definitely okay with that. But when they're abusing the fact that we have an open border, this open southern border, and the H-1B visa, yeah, when they abuse stuff like that, that's when we got to call this stuff into question. Like, yeah, what was the objective here? Was the objective really, was y'all really trying to replace American people with immigrants? And then try to force the American people into poverty and then give all the jobs to the immigrants, or what? The immigrants have more power now? Like, what was the plan here? Because I'm gonna be real with you, me looking from the outside, it kind of sounds like that's where y'all are going with this trend.
¿Qué pasó, mijo? ¿Qué traes? ¿Te dejaron solo?
Left you alone?
¿Qué? ¿Veniste solo? ¿Qué tantos años tienes, mijo? 10 años. ¿Y vienes solo? ¿Sí?
10-year-old boy left alone in the desert trying to find
with an iPhone, at least.
That is kind of fucked up, though.
Crazy.
Like, really out there unaccompanied by himself, like cast to the side by the drug cartel. Sick stuff. This is the stuff that they don't tell you. They under highlight. These are the dark, harsh realities of the drug human smuggling trafficking ring.
Find their way in the United States because the cartel just left them. In a perfect world, if we had a secure border, none of this would be happening. None of this would be going down at all.
This is something that Border Patrol agents see all the time, and it's absolutely disgusting knowing that if we had proper policy, this goes away. We don't have to worry about children dying in the desert. We don't have to worry about smugglers leaving children. If we had the proper policy that would allow us to go after the smugglers, and if we stop this catch and release.
And the thing that really bothers me is like knowing that this kid's mother's in the United States. Like, why not just come to the right way? Why not just come get your kid? Why are y'all paying the cartel and then smuggling your kid in the United States, like if your mom is here? And you know, I thought about that too. It's like, okay, maybe the mom isn't legal either, so she couldn't go back and like get the kid or whatever. I highlight these rough cases when it comes to the 2-year-old left alone, the 10-year-old left alone, because unfortunately the harsh truth is that the media does not show these things, and we've seen that to be true when we look at what is going on in ground news. What we see here, 10-year-old boy found alone at US-Mexico border on.
You know, so crazy.
Shout out ground news, man.
Bro, you wonder who covered it? The right only. The left wanted nothing to do with informing the people how 10-year-olds and 2-year-olds are being found at the border unaccompanied. The left wanted nothing to do with that story, but the right sure did take it on.
Oh, they love ignoring the narratives at the southern border. It doesn't quite align with what they try and talk about.
And that's a problem with listening to, left-leaning media.
They're not telling you the full story.
Actually, or they won't tell the story at all. And because they don't tell it, y'all think that when other people say it, it's a lie.
Conspiracy theorists.
Thanksgiving. This actually happened, and this is a blind spot story. No one on the left is talking about it, but only the right is. What this means is, quite literally, the left never talked about the story, never really brought it up that a 10-year-old was left alone at the US-Mexico border on Thanksgiving. Only the right is sharing this perspective, and this stuff like this feeds that narrative, feeds the idea that, you know, when Republicans and conservatives like, oh my gosh, the children are being harmed, they're being trafficked, they're left alone. This gives us perspective as to why people on the left are like, no, it's literally just moms wanting to bring their kids in, they're fleeing the cartel, it's just good people. And they're not being shown the full story, and it's so unfortunate. And oh my gosh, it just honestly, it hurts me to hear things like this.
It breaks your heart because it's just like, okay, so this is a serious problem. Children are actually being hurt, and the Democratic Party is lying to you about it.
Like, how sick are y'all? Do y'all not care about kids? Do y'all not want to save the youth?
You know, this sort of reminds me of when what they were doing with abortion, where they were saying, oh, these women were dying of miscarriages, or they're dying because of the abortion laws, when no, they were dying because of medical malpractice. And instead of just trying to hop down on these doctors' asses who was so thirsty to take a baby's life instead of assuring the safety of a mother, they just want to blame abortion. Well, it's kind of like the same thing with immigration. Instead of like, bro, actually honing down on these immigration laws, you want to be like, oh, y'all racist. You just want to stop a mother from getting their child. It's like, bro, what are y'all talking about?
It's actually reminiscent of, I'm not sure if this is a good parallel, but how people treat the mass shootings. They want to blame guns and gun reformation and control instead of blaming mental health in the individual.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this because so much of our national conversation, which is not a conversation about immigration, is driven by people who could not care less about immigrants. Often people...
I'm gonna let her finish, but off the bat, being that defensive and saying, oh my gosh, the only people that are really like talking about immigration, people that don't even care about it. To not care about immigration would mean that,
for me, I don't gotta be an immigrant to care about some poor little girl or some poor kid, some little boy out there in the desert, lost, afraid, alone. I wouldn't want that wish on no kid at all. So I don't need to be an immigrant to sit there and have a heart for a kid lost out there in the desert, don't know where they're at, scared out their mind. So
you shouldn't have to be a Democrat. You shouldn't have to be a Republican for you to have a heart for that situation.
It's like, what? You just gotta be honestly just
like human
being with some empathy.
National conversation, which is not a conversation about immigration, is driven by people who could not care less about immigrants. Often people.
I'm gonna let her finish.
And that's what I'm saying. It's just so damn disingenuous to say shit like that. It's like, wow. So you're pretty much saying that we don't care about these little kids that we're seeing getting trafficked across the border? Okay.
I feel like trapped in their echo chamber that they can't even acknowledge the other side of the argument.
People want to say, why aren't you talking about the border crisis? Or why aren't you talking about it in this way? Well, we're talking about it. They just don't like how we're talking about it.
And what do y'all think the stance is if Tom Homan is really trying to go after these drug cartels and make there be a standard at the southern border? He's really trying to negate people having to subject themselves to these harsh, inhumane conditions that the drug cartels put them through. I mean, obviously they sign up for it, but there's 10-year-olds at the border unaccompanied with nothing but an iPhone. 2-year-olds, goddamn it. These are some harsh realities that people don't want to accept. But you got to understand that having a standard at the border kind of negates that. The drug cartels, they have to find another way. They got to find another sauce. If we're not letting anybody through.
And they're telling us that we don't care because we're not immigrants.
Like, nah, like we do care because we want there to be a standard.
Yeah, and that's
like nobody's gonna have to subject themselves to this bullshit.
Like the kid would be safer not trying to get into the
like
and staying home.
The kid would be safer with there being no chance of them being smuggled into the country. Yeah. Honestly, I know it sounds crazy, but bro,
it's not even crazy. It's common sense. But sadly, that's crazy to the Dems.
Or why aren't you talking about it in this way?
But
we're talking about it. They just don't like how we're talking.
And I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna say the extreme of the Dems.
Right.
Honestly, a sensible person would look at this and be like, "Yeah,
oh my god, something's got to be done."
Yeah, we gotta solve this.
About it because it's not a border crisis.
The Dems that are saying that we do need sensible border control are being labeled as conservative nowadays.
Yeah,
it's an imperialism crisis. It's a climate crisis. It's a trade crisis, and also it's a carceral crisis. They want to say, "What about the surge?" Well, first of all, just gut check, stop.
What the hell does the environment have to do with this? It's quite literally a crisis. It's quite literally an invasion. Take a look at this shit, y'all.
Woo! We ran.
This is an invasion. This is why I love tools like Ground News, because you can clearly see what's going on in the media and not be trapped in an echo chamber. This is the only tool that allows me to not be stuck and only see the things that's going to feed my side or my base. So if this is something you're interested in and you like what you've been saying, be sure to tap the link below or scan the QR code here on the screen. And this isn't just for the United States either. You can go up here to this corner, tap US edition, and you have access to the international, UK, Canada, and Europe. So you can always get the news.
All right, but let's get into the Tom Homan part of the debate, because Tom Homan, he's the real game changer here.
Shout out Ground News. They're not paying me to say it, but very good site as far as getting some unbiased research done on.
34 years. You
figure out where most of your news publication leans.
Man,
figure out.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, you really would.
We didn't stay in the back of tractor trailers trying about 19 dead aliens that suffocated to death because the smuggler didn't care, including 5.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, bro, I remember when what was it? I think Myron Gaines used to work for Homeland Security. He would talk about that all the time. We're like, bro, you're over here finding kids like damn near dead from heat exhaustion or from, like whatever, or just from being suffocation.
He told a story of human smugglers, drug cartel being on the river, tossing children overboard so that Border Patrol agents were forced to make a tough decision: go after the cartel members or after the kid just floating in the river.
Ooh.
Like, it's sick stuff. It's sick stuff. These are the stories that they don't highlight.
It's like we're dealing with complete savages at this point. It's like, bro, I couldn't think about it, but guess what? We got people who can do it just like that.
Bro,
won't even think about it.
They made a career out of it.
Yeah, it is like, bro,
multi-billion-dollar industry out of it.
Man, imagine on playing on the good guy.
Man.
Like, man, you're like, oh yeah, come on, he's gonna say the kid. He ain't gonna go. He's gonna say the kid,
bro.
Like, hey, that got me. I'd have been like, all right,
oh, you got me.
You got me. Of course, I'm gonna save the kid.
Fuck.
Like, oh man, I guess I ain't getting y'all today.
When you playing this dirty of a game,
you're like, bro, I wonder if I'll ever get you guys. Bro. If you got a kid to throw over every time I'm on to y'all.
of the sale by tapping the link below or scanning the QR code here on the screen.
Let me tell you why you're angry, because you or no one else in this room has seen what I've seen in my 34 years. You didn't stand in the back with tractor trailers showing my 19 dead aliens that suffocated to death because the smuggler didn't care, including
like
5
Okay, the reason I like kind of chuckle is because like Tom snaps. This is Tom Holland. If you don't know who Tom Holland is, Tom Holland. What's his? I keep thinking about Spider-Man. Tom Holman is his name. His name's Tom Holman. And who is the man? It really depends on where you go and who you ask. Because on one end, yeah, he did contribute to Project 2025 in terms of like how he sees and wants immigration to be. And this is the same guy that's been really like pushing for these mass deportations. And that's been like that viral clip I posted here that he's like, well, the whole family can leave. That's fine.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
That's him. But on the other side, this is the same Tom Holman that was appointed by President Obama as Director of Enforcement and Removal Operations. And not just that, but Obama gave the man a presidential award. So during this election cycle, you had a Kamala's team tweeting out stuff like this.
For the Obama administration, worked for a couple of administrations as well, but served very well under Obama administration. Is for those of y'all who can recall, massive deportation effort underneath Obama.
Children in cages.
It all came from that.
Yep. And then they want to say that was Trump. I'm like, come on now. Who started that? Come on now.
The tinfoil blankets. Come on, man.
Come on.
Legendary moment.
Just talking about, oh, it's Project 2025 writer, and oh, Tom Holman is so bad at this and that. Okay, well, if you're gonna say that, then you have to bring up the fact that he was appointed and he's only a thing to begin with because of President Obama, and President Obama gave him an award because he does such a great job. Like, why can't we keep it real with each other? But let's get back to what he was saying.
Your boy, what do you think his last 30 minutes were like? I was there. I seen it, I smelled it, I saw it. I had a 5-year-old boy at the time, and it changed me for the rest of my life. I've seen people who couldn't pay their smuggling fees got stabbed in the face 22 times. 31% of the women are being crossing this border. Children are dying. Cartels are getting rich. Why am I angry? Because you haven't done anything to fix it.
Okay, that's all so brutal. One thing he did mention,
and he also mentioned, so Tom Holman, you got to realize as well, he's been working with Border Patrol since early on in his career, ever since his 20s.
Yeah, since 20s. Bro.
Rose to prominence, became one of the leaders, one of the chiefs, and he has firsthand knowledge and experience on all the stuff he's speaking on. He shared an instance where he helped out, I believe, a 9-year-old girl who the cartels had brutally sexually assaulted.
Yeah, he said, I looked into her eyes and I could see
nothingness.
All her innocence was gone. I was like,
you'll never understand the feeling of this.
Damn.
Like, so you gotta hear the accounts of a man who has experienced shit like this, and bro.
And then when you want to be cut about it, why are they experiencing? Why did this little girl go through this? Because y'all left the border open.
And her family thought there was a chance at freedom and opportunity in America, so they were subjected to these conditions ultimately.
Was he's seen people die and get stabbed because they weren't paying the cartel back. Remember those the tags in the beginning of the video? Yeah, if you don't pay that back in a certain amount of time, they will come after you and they will harm you. It's created such a dangerous economy, y'all. Like, Tom Holman is really, his feet have been in the ground, in the mud. He's been doing this for decades now, and he's been made out to be this villain, and he's really not.
And so the recommendation of the many that you recommended family separation.
I recommended zero tolerance.
Which includes family separation.
The same as is with every U.S. citizen parent gets arrested when they're with a child.
Zero tolerance.
I mean, he's not wrong. By entering the country illegally, you're doing something illegal and you're going to be separated from your child. Now, if I am with my family in the United States and I do something illegal, what's going to happen to me? I'm going to be taken away from my children. If I am drunk driving.
And that's a fact. And that's what I hate, bros, how the libs try to have that bleeding heart argument where you're separating them from their family. I'm like, yeah, I know. We do that in America all the time. The U.S. citizens all the time. Why are immigrants more special than U.S. citizens in your eyes, AOC?
Man, fuck that bleeding heart argument. It's because of y'all lackadaisical policy that this opportunity has even presented itself. Y'all want to call on us for being hard asses for deporting them all together. Bro, it's y'all's policy that even led up to this. Yeah, y'all let them in knowing that they had to go.
Bro, it's y'all policies that's allowing these women to be raped. It's allowing these kids
children
to be, unalived or trafficked. Y'all, it's on y'all.
I'm going
No
to jail.
accountability
They're
then.
calling a
Like,
family
my
member to
God.
pick up the children. We're already
We're talking about
doing this
Biden. We're talking about the Biden administration.
But you
really.
guys are the heartless ones for telling them they could get deported together. Well, no, you guys are the
The
heartless
heartless
ones for
ones.
subjecting them to this bullshit.
Yeah, for allowing this to happen. For telling y'all, for pretty much saying that, oh, it's okay.
So the left that is over here talking about borders are racist and we need to let these people in. No, y'all need to hear firsthand accounts from people like Tom Homan about how these cartels are doing all this inhumane shit to these people.
But I don't blame them. You want to know why? Because they were working with half-assed information. When you listen to liberal media, you have half the truth, and that's what happens when you have half the truth. You ignore the atrocities that the truth comes with. It's sad, ain't it?
Actively right now,
Highlighted
even
the
in the
reality.
United States. It reminds me of the other
It isn't sexy,
immigration
but
thing
it's
people
the
have been up in
truth.
arms about is the birthright citizenship. Like, oh my gosh, he wants to get rid of birthright citizenship. Do you know how many countries don't have birthright citizenship? That's stupid. And obviously, if I'm a citizen and my wife's a citizen and we birth a child,
Right.
that child's going to be a citizen because we are a citizen. The only thing in regards to birthright citizenship that they're trying to take away is this idea that you can have two Germans on vacation. They come here and the German wife has a baby because she was pregnant, traveling while pregnant. And then boom, that little boy is now an American citizen. That's stupid. That makes no sense to me. Why are we giving citizenship automatically to people who aren't even citizens? You know, it doesn't line up. The biggest nations in this world don't have birthright citizenship. You can't just be birthed here and been given citizenship. The only time I think that's acceptable is if it's already a citizen given the baby. You know what I mean?
Policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Holman, with
family.
all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum and go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Gag. Literally, well,
Because
seeking asylum is okay. It is okay. Coming through the right way. Let's keep it a buck. If you want to seek asylum and you want to come to the United States so damn bad, come in through the right way. Come in through the ports of entry. Why are you being smuggled in through? Why are you bum rushing the border? Why are you jumping the fence? Why are you crawling through barbed wire?
Yeah.
We have a legal process for it.
And why are you okay with that, AOC? Like, and here's the thing though, because this is kind of crazy. AOC is of Hispanic descent, right?
Yes, she is.
So the fact that she's allowing her own people to get subjugated to this, I mean, like, sweetheart, do you understand what you're doing? Of course. Yes. All right.
There's a math thing.
My fear is that I'll get deported to a country that I don't know.
Camila Ruilova Bustamante. She came across.
Like Hispanic cooning?
Yeah, I guess
Hispanic cooning is hilarious.
I guess so.
Man, against your own damn people.
the border as a 7-month-old baby with her mother and grandmother. 23 years later, she's still not been able to get the paperwork she needs to be legal.
Threat of deportation is imminent.
How frightened are you? What's your fear?
Having been here since I was 7 months old, my biggest fear, I think, would be that my family is torn apart.
That one's hard, dude. That one's real hard because it's like, I feel like in cases like that, we almost have to take the L and they have to stay just because for some reason this person was able to be a functioning adult, functioning kid for their entire life.
Soros.
Illegally in this country.
President.
It's like, damn, but on the other side, it's like to initiate and act out these acts, we gotta start somewhere, and there are gonna be people that's gonna be hurt.
And make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen, or go ahead and hit those 3 dots up in the corner for us. And remember, man, help us reach our goal. We can go ahead and open that call in, and if we get half the goal, we'll go ahead and hit y'all with the conspiracy hour. Like I said, just send in any question, comment, joke, dialing up super chat. We'll go ahead and post it at the top and read it out loud.
Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Or in the meantime, what does this lady think?
To see if there was any empathy for Camilla. And there was some, but not much.
There's going to be sad stories.
She might be among them.
She might be among them. I don't know how it's all going to plan out. I would love to see, like, she came at 7 months old. It's not her fault she was here illegally, you know?
Right.
Her mum is with her, by the way, and is also still undocumented.
Her mom should go home at least, at the very least.
Mama gotta go.
Others had less empathy.
Send her home. I mean, let her figure out how to get legal. We just got to get control over the border.
and know who's coming in here.
Yeah. I mean, it's so tricky, but it's like we need to get a grip on this border. So maybe it's like you can prove you've been here for over 5 years and then you're just grandfathered into the country. I don't know. I'm not a lawmaker. I'm just sharing my opinion and my thoughts on this all. I think there are some creative ways we can go about this, but like I have the empathy for the left, for the other side when they're letting the guy's like, oh, send her home. It's like, well, that's not her home. She never been there, and it's not her fault that her mama brought her here either. So.
And there are stipulations, special exceptions in scenarios where certain people are going to be grandfathered in and do get to stay over here. Even Trump said he was going to fight for the Dreamers.
Oh my God.
So understand, like, mass deportation, everybody with international descent or non-birthrighted citizens, not everybody's getting kicked out.
We
guys.
just showed a video of
come on
a whole bunch of people storming the border. We're coming for them.
They're right.
Yeah,
They're
we're
right.
coming for them. Okay.
Literally. The most egregious of the offenders.
Oh God.
The people who literally came over here just willy-nilly, just didn't even respect our border.
It is a conversation that need to be had about this.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Was one of the reasons because of immigration?
Wow.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. My family did it the right way. So why not go down the path of actually becoming official?
Yeah, it's like just do it the right way. My very best friend Marco, he needs to do it the right way, and he's been doing it the right way. He's here legally. He's from Serbia. He's not even Hispanic. But it's like to see him go through all these loops and hoops to like maintain his legal like citizenship and doing all the right things. That's actually a very good functioning person of society that's assimilating to United States culture and is actively being like a great citizen. Meanwhile, you just got people like bum rushing into the border. Doing what? What value are they providing? And again, I'm not opposed to legal immigration. Just come here the right way. Come here the safe way. That's just my take.
¿Y de dónde son ustedes? De Perú. Where are you from? Where are you from? Turkey. ¿Y de dónde son?
Del Salvador.
De El Salvador.
I am from Colombia.
Colombia. Are you from China?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Mauritania.
Why that boy in Louis?
Mauritania.
But that boy in Louis V crossing the border.
Mm.
That boy in designer crossing the border.
Shit.
I've seen it all now.
That alone crushes this idea that, oh my gosh, you're just fleeing Mexico. No. If someone's from Peru is fleeing Peru, why not just stay in that neighboring country? If you are really fleeing, let's say, Nicaragua, and you're gonna go through Honduras and all these other countries, and you're seeking
Oh, exactly. It makes a great point. And you got people coming from Matarenia, China, all type of foreign nations across the world. Like, yeah, why wouldn't they go to their bordering country if they're really fleeing an unsafe condition? No, it's because they heard it's green bean at the American southern border. We got the land of the free, home of the brave, all this opportunity, and the gates open.
And right now they're sweet on crime.
Man,
you're in the right city, they're sweet on crime. And they wouldn't give you an airplane ticket to the right city that's sweet on crime.
You could sign up on an app before you even get here. Wow. Like this shit crazy.
Refuge. Why not seek refuge there, the thing closest to you? No. There's a reason these people seeking refuge are coming from China, from Turkey, from Russia, from Guatemala, from Honduras, and traveling through all these other countries where they can settle. No, they're coming to the United States because they know of all the benefits that they're going to get. They know how good it is here. They know how much is just waiting on them and how easy it is to take advantage of our tax-paying dollars. It's one thing if you're trying to flee Canada and you're coming to the United States. It's one thing if you're trying to flee Mexico and you're coming to the United States. Why are these people coming from all over the world? Is that not crazy to you? I hope that this video sheds some light on why more people think that we need more protection at the US-Mexico border, because obviously between kids being left in traffic, between women and all the harm that they're going through, between everybody taking advantage of the system and other countries flying in to go through the border, it is clear something needs to be done. Because at what point are we going to take a second to look at our own nation? At what point are we going to take some time to analyze what is going on in the United States of America, how our taxpaying dollars are being taken advantage of, all the benefits that we're giving illegal immigrants, and look at and think, maybe something should be done. And we need to stop this narrative that anybody who wants a border wall, tighter immigration, or, supports deportations, that all this, or supports ending birthright citizenship, that there's some racist, bigoted Republican. There is more nuance, there is more context to the situation at hand. And just because someone wants these things addressed does not mean that they're against all immigration. Do those people exist? Yes. Were those conversations just had the other day with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and Trump regarding the H-1Bs and Indians and all that? So stupid. Yes, these are conversations that we're having, but I know for me and tons of other people out there, they're totally fine with legal immigration. They do think it needs to be, rejudged and fixed up a little bit. I agree, but we need to do something about this U.S.-Mexico border. We need to lock it down between the drugs, the drama, the crime. It needs to be addressed, and you're not a hateful person for wanting that to be done. So thank you for taking the time to watch this video. If you like this video, please share it with somebody who's been on the fence about,
All right, man. I ain't gonna lie. That was a great breakdown of the whole, deportation crisis that everybody's honestly really confused about. And we've definitely shared these ideas as well on the channel multiple times. We're like, bro, they're really trying to sell you guys a lie about these immigrants being good for us when they're low-key hurting us. It's like, bro, they'll tell you, oh, they're paying this much in taxes when really they take more than they
It's
pay.
racist. It's conservative to point that out, though. Like I said, it can be equated as simple to the increased job pool. Now you got to compete for resources, and
I mean, bro,
getting a job isn't as easy as it was or should be.
They got these people actually out here thinking that they commit less crime. I know, right? Off the skewed studies that if you read it correctly, you would understand that
it's purposely misleading statistic, honestly.
But all right, though, Army troops flood NYC subways as crime spikes, man.
Let's do it. Let's get right into it, guys. Like the video if you haven't already. Double tap that screen for us, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner.
There are now more National Guard soldiers down in the subway system than after 9/11. The governor saying that the initial deployment was so successful, she's adding more troops to accomplish the safety mission.
So you heard it right there.
As if that's something to flex about. It's like the fact that you had to do that just shows how poorly ran it was in the first place.
It's not necessarily a good indicator.
Oh, God. And it worked so well. Let me add more. I'm like, yeah, I know. That means you did such a bad job. You need such a drastic fix.
We now have the most troops that we've had stationed in the subway since 9/11. And while our leaders say this is not in response to any specific incident, there have been a number of recent incidents which have captured the attention of riders and reopened a conversation about how safe the subway actually is. And by flooding the subway with troops, critics say our leaders are subtly admitting that without them, we'd be in danger of something.
Scores of additional soldiers are taking up positions in the New York City transit system. It brings to 1,000 the number of National Guard members stationed at subway entrances, a show of force intended to deter crime and to reassure riders.
I saw officers on duty, which I was like, okay, I'm safe here.
There's too many crazy people out here, and the more that they have down here, the better. The mental illness, the homeless, they need help.
250 additional National Guard soldiers are being deployed to stations across the city. The Guardsmen are being added to the 750 on patrol since last March.
I've heard from many people that the presence of the National Guard has made not just a physical difference, but a psychological difference in how they feel about safety.
Since the pandemic, crime is down overall by 12%, but murders are up 200%. Felony assaults are up 55%, and burglaries up 140%.
I have family members, but when are you gonna come to New York? And I'm just going like,
God damn, have you not seen the stats?
Oh God, bro, do y'all not see what's going on down there?
When are you leaving New York?
Yeah, now, bro, no, when are you coming here? I'm good. Look, bro, in Ohio, we ain't setting people on fire at the bus station.
Murder's not up 200% over here.
Oh God, you want me to come over there? Oh hell no, you tripping?
Damn, when y'all get y'all shit together, maybe.
Oh God, I love you, fam, but
the juice ain't worth the squeeze right now.
Oh God, not like back in the day.
So as our leaders tell us the subway is safe, they continue rolling out the military just to make sure nothing comes along to prove otherwise. But that's exactly what's happening, and nobody in charge wants to admit that the New York City subway is a lot more dangerous than most people think it is. But in spite of that, we're being told that there's nothing to worry about because crime is down now after it was up earlier this year, and it likely would have stayed up had the military not been deployed back in March to scare away some dangerous criminals. While assisting the NYPD with
randomized bag checks looking for weapons and contraband, with seizures of such items skyrocketing earlier in 2024. Something that can only happen in an environment where criminals are not scared one bit of law enforcement or the consequences of getting arrested. And elevated levels of criminal behavior are something our country has witnessed recently, with several high-profile incidents taking place beneath New York streets, which critics say is proof our decriminalization efforts are not making this city a better, safer place, but instead are making sure that if anyone gets arrested with a weapon or for assault, they're released back into the general public.
And if you're in New York, man, prayers and thoughts go out to you.
And not sent to jail. And those crime stats our leaders say are down. Well, critics have serious problems with those statements because they allege there's evidence our real problems are being deliberately hidden and swept under the rug. And that brings us to the real reason why there are now more troops deployed to the subway and why this deployment has lasted almost 1 calendar year so far. If the troops were to be removed, it might signal to the criminal underworld that the time is right to come back out of the shadows. However, the frightening reality of all this security is that it only focuses on the entrances to the subway, of which there are so many. Policing and militarizing them all is virtually impossible. Plus, our troops and police do not ride the trains themselves. We're told the trains have cameras that will keep us safe, which is why all this extra security is focused on the subway's entrances. And as you're about to see, this reveals that once inside the subway, nothing can be done to guarantee anyone's safety. So here we are at the Times Square 42nd Street subway terminal during the morning rush hour, and you'll see troops posted at this entrance right over here, but that's not the case at every terminal in the system. Some of the others I went through earlier today didn't have any security presence, but all this sporadic security has people on both sides of the aisle scratching their heads because we were told earlier this year that crime was so high we needed the National Guard to bring it down, which it did. And all year we've been hearing about how safe the subway is, so why then would we need more National Guard troops? And how safe can the subway truly be if not every entrance has people stationed at it, and if troops and police are not riding the trains and spending time on the platforms as much as some riders would prefer?
That outburst happened just as we were speaking with Keisha Irby about the governor's plan to enhance safety in the subway system. She announced Wednesday 250 additional National Guard soldiers are being deployed to stations across the city.
So here you have a reporter interviewing people outside of a police bag check, and what happens is another rider gets aggressive. Now, if people are having heated screaming matches at the entrance to the trains, what do you think is going on once people are inside the trains themselves? And what could happen to a person?
Been on the metro system in New York, and if you know anything about it, it gets wild on that train.
Dirty, the entertainment, the harassers, it's crazy.
I mean, but come on, Seth, like, you've been on the MTA, like, yeah, walking down in the subway, walking past the turntable or the turnstiles, and you know, in the waiting area, it gets crazy. But on the actual train, that's where you see the craziest shit. Come on now.
Waiting on a
kind of want to share a video with y'all on the wild side.
Subway platform if an individual who's aggressive is allowed inside. This is the frightening reality many riders are faced with on a daily basis, and this has been going on all year. It's not exactly new. Now look, I ride the subway. I took the subway to get here. I take the train all the time, and personally, I do feel better knowing that there are National Guard troops throughout the system. It's definitely making a difference. Nobody's going to try anything when they're around. I just don't personally think that it's making as much of a difference as we're led to believe it is.
And we'll come right back to this because I do want to show you guys something crazy about what actually will be going down. Because, like I said, you know, the little controversial situation with Daniel
Penny. Yep, I was thinking about that.
Yeah, well, the guy he took out, and this is him.
I just want to sit, man.
Is it?
Thank you.
I'm not sure.
I mean, what is this? What is going on? Can we finally have that conversation? I mean, here you have what could possibly be two tourists. They certainly look like tourists who probably had this idealistic vision of America and New York City. They come to visit the Big Apple, and this is what they're subjected to. It's shameful. And it's not an isolated instance. This kind of thing is constantly happening.
Yeah, bro, who on phone? You wanted it? You?
Not the fire.
You wanted it? You wanted it?
Yo,
This kind of thing is happening constantly, and it's a perfect, glaring example of the chaos that we've normalized. It's infuriating. I keep asking myself the question, how did we get here? How did we reach a point where threatening violence, harassing strangers, and outright attacking people in public spaces is shrugged off as part of society, just simply part of society, something you have to accept? You know,
ain't that crazy?
Crazy, bro. That is wild.
Because right now down
They get
here, I
crazy on
mean,
the subway train.
where's the security presence? And what's to stop a person who accessed the subway in a manner that went around a National Guard checkpoint from coming to this platform and doing something? Absolutely nothing. Ditto inside a subway car, which is moving and will not stop until it reaches the next station. But while security in the subway is being upped, we're continually told that crime stats here are actually down and things are trending in the right direction. And we're told that the reason you or I or somebody else might feel unsafe on the train is all psychological.
I've heard from many people that the presence of the National Guard has made not just a physical difference, but a psychological difference. I saw like officers like on duty, in which I was like, okay, like I'm safe here.
So a lot of what people are afraid of having happen to them down here, a physical altercation of some sort, that stuff hasn't gone away. And some say it's actually being covered up. By the way, our statistics on crime are reported here. Bloomberg has an article about this showing that serious assaults are up. And then in this little paragraph right here, it talks about how assault statistics are not reliable or comparable across jurisdictions. For example, in 2022, only 40% of assaults were reported to police. Also, different law enforcement agencies have different definitions of assault. And according to Bloomberg, the NYPD doesn't record anything that constitutes aggravated assault. Instead, Bloomberg says our assaults in New York are divided into two categories, one for misdemeanor assaults and one for felony assaults, and then assaults that would constitute the FBI's definition of aggravated assault. Those are somehow filtered out.
I mean, legal jargon, really the legal manipulation of assault is crazy. They really tell me, oh yeah, well, there's different definitions. I'm like, I don't know, bro. Somebody hurt somebody in whatever way, it is kind of aggravated assault, especially if they're doing it intentionally. I don't know how you can misdemeanor an assault, you know, unless it was a fair fight or something.
Of both categories of assaults we do record and then are reported to the FBI. And apparently this poor method of record keeping, along with the underreporting of assaults in general, likely explains why crime can be down officially but actually be up.
You know, I said, isn't that funny how I said I think people have become so jaded to the increasing crime, it's become normalized that it's not even being reported at the same level.
Yeah, they don't even care anymore.
So this quote unquote decrease in crime really could be just accumulated to people just, bro, we've become desensitized to it. We don't even bother calling the police anymore. It's commonplace.
Yeah, like imagine all this crap that goes on the subway that just goes unreported,
bro.
It's like, okay,
everybody knows it's a jungle down there.
Up in real life. And think of the effect decriminalization efforts have on who it is that's going to report crime. If you're a victim of a misdemeanor assault, why report that to the police?
And you already kind of know the police ain't pulling up for no low-level misdemeanor. Like what? The guy ran off with your milkshake? Like something like how we just seen, like as annoying and crazy as that is, like, bro, what can you really do besides punch the guy in the face?
Bro, if you did it in Japan, bro, you have been locked up.
Bro. But in America, on the New York City MTA system, one of the biggest subway systems in the world that, you know, New Yorkers rely on for everyday travel, you're subject to that type of shit.
They're not going to try and locate the person, and if that person will just be given a desk appearance ticket and won't spend any time in jail. Critics say some people don't think reporting crime is worth it anymore.
The mental illness, the homeless, they need help.
The guardsmen are being added to the 750 on patrol since last March.
In the Oculus, I would see them. Penn Station, I'd see them.
They're also supposed to keep watch in the outer boroughs.
It's a deterrent to those who would break our laws and threaten other riders.
So there's a new element to all of this added security measures, and that is the case involving Jordan Neely. After that case, which garnered national attention, was completed, there all of a sudden was this massive effort on behalf of the city to start assisting the homeless who are in the subways and also to increase the presence of law enforcement down here, which is odd. It took a massive court case playing out for people to realize that our laws don't exactly keep us safe, because they not only may have decriminalized behavior that puts everyone at risk, our laws also do not allow our leaders to intervene in a person's life when they're unable to care for themselves, which essentially creates a scenario where a person who's a danger to themselves or others cannot be sent to jail and also cannot get the help they need to become rehabilitated. And now Mayor Adams is leading a renewed outreach effort to the homeless to try and assist those who think that the subway is the only place where they have to stay to go to a better place that's actually designed for them and isn't some loud public transit network. But even though efforts to assist the homeless and crack down on criminal activity are definitely appreciated by everyone, there are others who say that the timing of these new security initiatives is suspicious for another reason. And they say that reason is because not only is 2025 a local election year, but it's also the year New York City turns on its controversial tax on cars, which is going to make every single person who drives their personal vehicle into the city instead of taking the subway pay a fee not to put themselves in danger.
Yo, what? Now I'm really not going to New York. I'm never stepping foot in Brooklyn ever again. Y'all
So if
tripping.
I got a car registered within the city or within the state, I'm charging extra tax just because I'm trying to avoid being like putting myself in a dangerous position on MTA.
Yep. So you put yourself in danger or be taxed. Danger or tax. Choose.
Damn liberal politics.
Bro, what is wrong with these people? I ain't gonna
Take
lie.
a page out of the Cali's book.
I ain't gonna lie,
with
bro.
with the tax.
If any state needs a slight little switching in leadership or an insurrection, it's New York.
Oh, I see somebody making a good point. Like New York and New Jersey, you already got to pay these fucking expensive ass tolls.
Yo, yeah, that's true. You gotta pay them tolls, bro. And man, I'm real with you. I remember when I was younger, I just kept taking that express line, never bought a pass or nothing. Boy, them motherfuckers charged me like $50 for everyone I took.
Yeah, they'll send your ass that ticket in the mail. Don't think they ain't got cameras right there.
God, man, they knew exactly what to send it.
So not only is the subway experiencing security and safety related issues at a time when people will be told they better use it or pay a fee, the amount of money that people have to pay to use the subway, that is also going up, which to a lot of people doesn't seem fair. After all, in order to charge more for something, you should improve the product and make it better. But we're being told we have to pay more to use the subway at a time when it may in fact be more dangerous.
So, Steve, Natasha, right now it costs $2.90 to ride the subway, but that soon could be increased to $3 starting in probably August. This comes just weeks before congestion pricing is set to go into effect on January 5th. Now, congestion pricing will...
So look at that. You now get to pay more money if you want to come down here and use the train. And if you don't, you have to pay even more because cars now have to pay a fee just to drive around in certain parts of town. Like anywhere below 60 is...
I ain't lie, yeah, when I was in New York, yeah, bro, it was about $250, $275 to ride the train. So to hear that might go up $3 plus. Oh yeah, that's tough.
That is tough, man. And especially when you consider you got to ride the train every day. You might have to get on the train multiple times a day. That adds up, guys. You might be thinking $3. That's not, but come on, New Yorkers are riding the train 2, 3, different 4 times.
And I'm talking about every time from when you leave to go somewhere and when you're coming back. And sometimes you gotta,
or you get a pass, but it's not that much of a discount. I understand that.
Yeah, really. Not really. The Metro passes ain't really too much.
The street and
add money to your car,
Manhattan, which is why there's now this big push to get everybody on the trains so that the subway can start earning more money and so that all the taxes from vehicles can be used to supposedly fund improvements to a place that already costs $20 billion a year and shows no signs of improving because of that massive amount of funding. But now all these added police officers, all of this new attention to security, it's coming at us pretty quick because these new plans to tax vehicles are already starting and may have already started by the time you watch this video. And it's almost as if our leaders have waited until the last possible moment to realize, hey, wait a second, things might not be super safe in the subway. If we're going to force people to use it, we better secure it. And the last thing they want is to tell people that they're going to be taxed if they don't take the train, only for people to come down here, try to use the train, and then realize how dangerous it really is.
There's too many crazy people out here, and the more that they
have down here, the better.
The first time I saw it, it sort of jolted me back a little bit.
So, as you can probably tell, riders do not have a high opinion of the subway at all. Most people know that there's stuff going on down here that they'd rather not be going on at all, and it doesn't make people feel safe. And the question now is, have our leaders realized that if the entire populace starts to feel this way and starts to feel as if they're being punished for not using the subway, could their disdain for it turn into disdain for the people who might be running the city and the state? It could. There's a governor's election in 2026 and a mayoral election in 2025. But the idea of subway safety may be beyond anyone's control at this point because things are so out of hand currently. And it very well may be that no amount of extra police or militarization can cure a problem that is bigger than the subway itself. Because the reality is our legal system does not operate in a way that has public safety in mind. It has the safety of the criminals in mind. So our elected officials are up against bad laws, a bad system, a security nightmare, if you will. But there's actually another issue that's going to keep popping up over the next few weeks as they
Shout out my man D Murdoch. He says, shout out to the bros set in Keyfrill doing Lord's work.
Hey D Murdoch, make sure to join that Discord if you're not already in there, bro. Check out the community tab. Join up on that Discord, bro.
Oh, yeah,
be happy to have you in there.
Well, you're a member, so go ahead and email us. We'll go ahead and send you that invite.
Try to force more people to use it.
A power outage brought some trains to a screeching halt during the afternoon commute yesterday. The issue so bad that some trains had to be evacuated, sending passengers walking through the subway tunnels. Today, Governor Hochul calling for an investigation into it.
So this next one's a big one because the moment fares go up, people down here are going to be paying more for everything that we have around us right now. There's not going to be any immediate improvement. There will be the promise of immediate improvement, but the improvement itself isn't here and may never come. Remember, this system in its current form already costs $20 billion a year, and the fares go up every single year. And we're constantly told how the increases are needed to maintain the smooth operation of the subway and to continue improving it. And if the subway's current state is the result of a whole bunch of broken promises, and now we're going to layer more broken promises on top of the ones we already have, that's going to be bad for everybody who's in charge. And it's going to be a constant reminder to people riding the train that the promises they were given were not kept. And if you couple that with the fact that the city isn't really able to stamp out its crime problem down here, and the fact that this place is not going to be magically newer the day these car taxes start, there will be greater and greater amounts of people who, when they're down here, start to feel as if they were lied to.
This is what we know so far from the MTA. A 90-plus-year-old electrical substation had a fire, an explosion of some kind before the door was blew off the hinges. Head of MTA, Jenna Lieber, said it was one of the, quote.
So here you have a 90-year-old piece of power equipment that exploded, shutting off power to multiple trains, stranding people in the evening when they're trying to get home from work, when it's rainy and cold out. People are going to be experiencing stuff like this on a regular basis as the fees to ride it down here go up and as the crime problem remains. And we might be getting to a point where our leaders realize that the subway is a massive liability. But even more than that, these constant problems that it's experiencing show that it can never truly be fixed because it's not a self-sufficient system. Because even if the subway was perfectly safe and there was no crime down here, it would still break down constantly because all of the money that's supposed to be for the purposes of fixing it gets wasted. Even though this place gets $20 billion a year, it just doesn't make sense. And after you raise the driving taxes and you tax all these cars and funnel all that money into the subway and they fix everything now, how do we know things aren't going to end up just as they are today in a couple of decades? Our leaders can treat the people who live here like an ATM, but eventually it's going to be out of money. The only question now is, are the overdraft fees going to come due next election cycle, or will it take longer than that? It might happen sooner than expected. The city just rolled out some new subway cars and none of them work. Luckily, these new trains are still under warranty. They're going to get them replaced. But can you imagine if they weren't? This would just end up being another massive disaster and waste of money. And some people say it already is because, according to the New York Post, the city paid double what Chicago paid for similarly equipped brand new train cars prior to 2020. But what do you think? Should the city be spending money on infrastructure improvements to a system that is dangerous and will continue being dangerous in the near future? Is it ever going to be possible for them to get a handle on the crime problems here so that people can enjoy the wonderful public transportation network of the future all New Yorkers have been promised? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video.
Man, shout out to him.
What? Oh, hell no. Yeah, so you telling me New York City officials really think they can raise the price of the transit, but they can keep the quality?
Canada, America.
Crime has increased. You got power outages common down there. Yeah, you ain't, I ain't gonna lie. If I'm a New Yorker right now, I'm raging. That with the city falling due to the migrants, the temporary status people being placed there, I'm low-key enraged as a New Yorker right now.
Oh God. And like, all right, now as we draw to the end of the stream, I do want to be transparent with our supporters, honestly. It's because I know y'all have some of y'all pulled up and you got noticed that whoa, where my wrench? And here at S.E.T and Key Media, we are a viewer-driven platform. And we have been seeing lately that certain people have their complaints about when I guess our high roller supporters kind of take over the show. And here, this is our counter argument for that. If you guys want more of the content, all you got to do is support. Even if it's just $1. I will always hold value to saying that all super chats mean the same to me because it shows that you're interested. That's why they all mean the same to me. But if you don't super chat, I'm be real with you. Like, I don't know that you. I know you want conspiracy hour,
guys. This is a supporter-driven channel, and that comes down and boils down to the fact that we are literally moved and decide the direction of the channel based on the support that we receive from you guys, whether it be a like, whether it be a view. Mainly super chats, guys. Y'all drive and dictate the direction, the flow, and the length of the show based on how much support we receive.
We got to start paying respects to those who actually support instead of those who honestly just kind of wait on the supporters to come through and honestly just ride on that. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, it's not fair that Big Wave Dave come through, open up the call in, and people who don't support are the main ones jumping in.
For sure.
Like, well, we're just being transparent with you guys, but letting you know that we're being fair to those who support us.
Now, understand that we do enjoy the community we fostered. We have a passion for the content, so we will continue to do it. But this is a business affair for us, you guys, and anybody who is in this realm can understand that. You can't do anything. Honestly, support drives. Support and business drive what you do.
Yeah. And then, like I said, we love being here. We love pulling up. We love being informative. But if y'all not letting us know that y'all feeling the content to where y'all want a conspiracy hour to where y'all want to call in, we ain't got no choice.
For sure. For sure.
And like I said, hey, my man Zoloff was like, man,
I love
conspiracy hour. And you know what? Just because of honestly supporters like Zoloff is why we do it. It's why we will go that extra minute for y'all.
Yep.
It's because y'all low-key show us that support and we truly appreciate it. And for y'all, we pull
shout out D Murdoch as well, coming back in with another
hey
two.
Man, you see, and for that, we got to give y'all that conspiracy hour.
Yep, we appreciate the support, guys. And that's all it is, man. Supporter-driven channel. You guys, it really is up to y'all. Y'all dictate the flow, the pace, the length of the show, depending on how much y'all support, right? And it could be as little as you can afford. Some people come through with a little bit more to give. We appreciate all support in all sizes, shapes, and form. But understand, guys, we can only go as long as you guys support us. Literally, we can only go as long as you guys support us. And shout out Vlad's team, man.
And that's why we'll go ahead and give y'all the conspiracy hour, because not like, bro, we understand that y'all want it and we get it. But concerning with the call-ins, like I said, we need to make sure we are valuing those who support us. So from now on, man, we can't be allowing people to just ride by on other people's donations. It's not fair to those who donate, nor is it fair to those who honestly spend their time waiting as well. All right. Now let's get to that conspiracy hour. We got y'all.
We appreciate you guys, though.
Oh God, it's all love, man. Trust me, it's always gonna be love with us, with y'all when it comes to you.
Hey, and shout out Castro, man. $5. He said this one is for the broke MFers. Get to work, quit voting Dem, and get that bag. I love to hear it, bro. Get your bucks up. Get your bucks up.
In the early 20th century, a young man named Abdulaziz ibn Saud was determined to reclaim.
Oh yeah, and this is the making of the financial empire. Saudi Arabia.
Hey, shout out. Let's get right into it, guys.
Oh God, the ones we be so goddamn dependent on. I know. Let's figure out how they got started. I was curious.
A specific, I don't know, national tragedy that their name kind of circulates in.
Yeah. Let's not go that far.
Claim his family's lost kingdom.
That guy's.
Born in 1876, Abdulaziz grew up in exile in Kuwait after his family, the House of Saud, was overthrown by the rival Al-Rashid clan. In 1902, at the age of 26, he embarks on a daring mission to recapture his ancestral home, Riyadh. Leading a small band of warriors, he launches a surprise attack on the Masmak fortress, seizing control of the lost city his family used to rule.
In the early days of the 20th century, Abdulaziz's victory in Riyadh meant little to that era's Western power. Abdulaziz ibn Saud was still just a regional warlord.
But Abdulaziz's ambition is far greater. With Riyadh reclaimed, Abdulaziz begins to consolidate power across Najd, the heart of Arabia.
Starting any war requires a lot of money to fund campaigns and someone who can acquire the resources needed to make it happen. For Abdulaziz ibn Saud, that person was Abdulaziz al-Suleiman.
Suleiman is Abdulaziz ibn Saud's most trusted financial advisor.
In the early years of Abdulaziz ibn Saud's conquest, money was hard to come by. Suleiman played a key role in raising funds, securing loans, and gaining financial support from local merchants, regional leaders, and allies. Money was crucial in building alliances and keeping loyalty of different tribes in the Arabian Peninsula.
Through diplomacy, alliances, and strategic marriages, Abdulaziz ibn Saud unites warring tribes under his rule. By 1921, he defeats the Al-Rashid family, securing his hold over Central Arabia. His conquest spreads to the Hijaz, the region housing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. And by 1925, he finally brings the Hijaz under his control.
All right.
On September 23rd, 1932, Abdulaziz ibn Saud proclaims the birth of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, making himself the undisputed king of the new desert nation.
32, you said?
While Abdulaziz ibn Saud succeeded in uniting the tribes and founding the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the newly formed nation remains impoverished, with limited infrastructure and resources. Despite his military and political victories, the country's vast desert landscape offers little in the way of economic prosperity, leaving it dependent on meager trade and subsistence agriculture.
Even though he ruled an area just larger than Alaska, in 1932, Abdulaziz's capital city of Riyadh still looked much as it had for 100 years. The Saudi kingdom desperately needed cash.
But a monumental discovery is on the horizon, one that would transform Saudi Arabia's fate. And it would come from a surprising source, deep beneath its sands, uncovered by American hands.
We needed that.
With the establishment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the biggest oil company in America realizes that this could be a great opportunity. Standard Oil of California immediately sends a team of geologists to Saudi Arabia and its neighbor Bahrain, hoping to find oil in the barren deserts of the Arabian Gulf. It is an endeavor many deem to be far-fetched. The effort is led by a man named Fred Davies, a geologist working for Standard Oil of California. While Davies knows the potential to profit is unprecedented, he also understands the immense uncertainty and challenge.
The Arabian Peninsula was mostly unexplored and considered unlikely for finding oil. Many geologists believed that the oil-rich fields in Iraq, Iran, and Kuwait were exceptions, making them doubt the potential for oil elsewhere in the region.
Davies finds an island kingdom in the Arabian Gulf, one he deems to be more promising than other regions, Bahrain. But the problem is, many explorers and experts have already scoured Bahrain, and they all failed to find any oil. In 1931, Davies and his team set foot on the hot and dusty island, beginning their 2-year grueling journey in the midst of intense heat and with rudimentary equipment. But in June 1932, everything changes. At a depth of over 2,000 feet, the ground finally gives way to what they had been searching for: oil. The Jebel Dukhan well, also known as Well Number 1, becomes the first productive oil well in the region. And its monumental discovery bodes well for its neighbor, Saudi Arabia.
But we got no parts on.
After the discovery of oil in the Jebel Dukhan well in Bahrain, Standard Oil immediately realizes that Saudi Arabia could be brimming with oil beneath its surface.
So the discovery of oil in the area led Standard Oil to believe that Saudi Arabia might also have oil.
The company swiftly initiates negotiations for a concession agreement with the Saudi government. SoCal, through its subsidiary, the California Arabian Standard Oil Company, is granted the right to explore the Saudi sands for oil. But it will take SoCal another 5 years of, after many challenges, including logistical difficulties and the harsh desert environment, before finally find a viable well. The turning point comes with the drilling of Dammam Well Number 7, affectionately known as Prosperity Well. This well finally strikes oil in commercial quantities in March 1938. Within 5 years, the California Arabian Standard Oil Company will have a new name: Aramco.
Hey, everybody's heard of them.
Aramco's oil production continues to operate at increasing speed, despite World War II.
And the success was largely due to the industrial capabilities of Americans. They played a crucial role for not only extracting oil, but also creating the infrastructure needed for large-scale oil production in Saudi Arabia.
With Aramco's massive success, Saudi Arabia's wealth skyrockets, especially for the royal family. In the golden glow of newfound riches, King Abdulaziz ibn Saud summons his trusted ministers, envisioning a transformed realm where sand meets steel. American construction companies like Bechtel pour into the kingdom, securing government contracts to modernize Saudi Arabia's infrastructure. Colossal cranes rise against the Arabian sky, building highways and cities with American expertise. The wealth generated by oil is unprecedented, rapidly transforming the desert country into bustling centers of commerce and innovation.
Damn.
But beneath the shimmer...
That oil money hit different, y'all. They went from a desolate, barren desert wasteland to a bustling city, literally in the middle of the desert. Shout out that oil money.
Of prosperity, unchecked indulgences begin to spiral, and whispers of unsustainable extravagance rise.
Say true money corrupts.
J. Rives Childs has been the first U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia since 1946, and quickly becomes an important asset in the Middle East due to his unique diplomatic approach.
Childs himself cultivated what he described as an unusually close relationship with the king during his nearly 4 years of service.
On one of my visits to his capital, the king went so far as to propose through one of his ministers that I accept a slave girl in my quarters during my stay. So significant a compliment was almost unprecedented, since the Muslim generally regards with abhorrence physical possession of a Muslim woman by an infidel.
Despite the massive success of Aramco and the wealth it has generated to Saudi Arabia, Childs soon receives some alarming news. In an urgent meeting with Aramco's chief representative, Childs learns of a substantial loan Aramco has approved for the Saudi government, $6 million, interest-free.
Childs quickly called Washington, and they found out that the king and the court had spent way more money than expected.
A tribal leader in Arabia needed to demonstrate his strength and control on a continuing basis by providing for the tribe financially. Abdul Aziz.
Yo, I mean, you know what? Out of respect for the young lady, I'm not even going to call her out, but guys, guy or girl.
Continuing basis by providing for the tribe financially. Abdul Aziz saw his kingdom as a giant tribal confederacy that he had painstakingly crafted and diligently bought, married, and fought into submission. Maintaining order throughout the vast territory was best accomplished by maintaining the traditions that had worked for generations.
The Americans realize that if the kingdom continues its spending spree, it could face bankruptcy and social unrest, jeopardizing U.S. financial interests. But what happens next will catch them completely off guard. The relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United States has come to a critical moment. With an ever-increasing demand for more profits from Aramco, King Abdulaziz ibn Saud threatens to nationalize Aramco, an action that would prove perilous for both parties. On November 28, 1950, they are forced to sit at the negotiation table.
There's no doubt that if the country faces a financial crisis due to poor fiscal policies, it could also lead to social instability, which might even threaten King Abdulaziz's rule. This would be a major risk factor for the shareholders of Aramco.
But for the King of Saudi Arabia, he needs the ever-growing funds for different purposes.
Military superiority was only part of the battle. A tribal leader in Arabia needed to demonstrate his strength and control on a continuing basis by providing for the tribe financially. This meant responding to the needs and bequests of his people promptly and with gifts, justice, and cash.
The negotiation lasts for a month, and neither party wants to compromise.
A handsome woman or a beautiful man?
Ever since the establishment of Aramco, the company has taken the majority share of the profits. But now, King Abdulaziz ibn Saud makes a bold demand. He wants 50% of the profits, because he believes that is the only fair arrangement. For Aramco, giving away 50% of its profits will severely affect the company's expansion plan, significantly slowing its growth.
And I always wondered how those negotiations took place, what went down, how, you know, the splits were negotiated, because you come in, this is technically our homeland. Yeah, you're mining a resource with your equipment, your technology, but I mean, it is technically ours. Like, what's the negotiation look like? You know, how do you really leverage that? I have always kind of wondered how that deal initiated itself. Like, what was the conversation like? Because I mean, I don't know. It's a fair argument. Like, this is our oil technically. Yes, you're mining it, but it is technically ours. Like,
and reinvestment. And the U.S. government also believes it is more important in the long term to keep its Saudi business partner happy than to try and maximize profits for now.
They came out with a very clever arrangement. Aramco decided to give 50% of its profits to Saudi Arabia. At the same time, the U.S. government allowed part of these profits to be claimed as a foreign tax credit, giving Aramco's a significant tax break. This arrangement came at a big cost to the U.S. government's tax revenue.
They almost subsidizing it at a certain point. If Aramco was giving 50% of their revenue back to the Saudis, and they were getting a tax break or a tax cut from the United States government, then the government was almost subsidizing it, paying them back that 50% or close to it. Yeah, taken out of our tax revenue. But I mean, great for Aramco. Great for Aramco and great for the Saudi government. Not so great for the taxpayer.
but it gives both Saudi Arabia and America enough financial incentives to keep the relationship stable and profitable.
The Saudis use the Americans' misperceptions of them as unintelligent, greedy, and unmotivated to their own advantage in this situation. Suleiman and his deputies deliberately led the Americans on, telling them what they wanted to hear and temporarily placating them until the time was right.
That is a finesse, though. We got the oil, y'all come mine it. We do nothing. We literally do nothing, and y'all give us half of the money for it. Like, yeah, y'all can have half of it. We got damn near endless supply. Y'all can have half of the money. Just as y'all are mining this shit, make sure to give us half of the bucks, and y'all keep doing y'all thing. We look the other way, but y'all just give us half of the bread. That is almost, you know what I'm saying? Especially when you don't have to come out of pocket for equipment. You don't have to come out of pocket for developing the technology necessary to mine this stuff. The energy mining, the old mining, it's expensive stuff. You got to maintain the equipment. It's expensive. Obviously, you have to pay workers to run the stuff. It could be a very, very high cost expenditure. So the Saudis are getting off not having to run any of that maintenance, that overhead on their part, but they still get 50% of the revenue. It's actually pretty good on their half.
The Arabian American Oil Company, whose great Saudi Arabian fields are among the most important in the world, has agreed to share its profits half and half with the Saudi Arabian government, company officials disclosed here today.
While securing an advantageous 50/50 profit-sharing agreement with the kingdom seemed like a resolution, Saudi Arabia makes yet another shocking demand. Despite receiving $110 million in 1950 from the Aramco profit-sharing agreement, Finance Minister Suleiman makes an unexpected request. He now demands Aramco to pay in advance on the following year's payment.
Damn.
At this time, the king was getting older, and he slowly started passing on responsibilities to the Crown Prince Saud, who had been chosen to succeed him.
But Crown Prince Saud has a spending problem.
Saud turned out to...
And do we just keep supplicating and capitulating to the Saudis' wants and demands? Like, at a certain point in time, where does our leader step up and say, okay, hold on. Look, yeah, I got it. We structured the deal to benefit you guys in the beginning, but as time goes on, we notice that y'all are trying to gain more and more leverage. Like, there has to be a line in the sand, either by Aramco's officials and leaders or by our government's leaders and officials, or we gonna end up giving up the whole pie, not just a piece, but the whole goddamn pie.
To be a weak leader. He wanted to please, and the person he most sought to please was himself, generally with extravagant luxuries, opulent palaces, and copious amounts of food and drink.
Damn.
Afraid that the king and his crown prince might make rash decisions that could harm Aramco's operations, the company decides to arrange a loan of hundreds of millions for the Saudi royal family from the Export-Import Bank of America. In 1953, at the age of 78, King Abdulaziz faces a decline in his health.
The king's health.
So yeah, his country was doing good. I mean, they had an endless gold mine they were sitting on essentially, but from how the documentaries depicted him, dude was selfish. Lived a life of complete opulence, luxury, greed, right? Gluttony, food and drink. Dude was a pretty selfish guy.
Health had been declining for several years. His eyesight had dimmed and his circulation had grown so poor he needed to wear thick socks to keep his feet warm. An injury to his back that he had suffered during his early years of conquest made walking difficult, and he was plagued by arthritis. He had become less and less involved in state business and preferred to sit in his palace, drinking hot coffee and reminiscing.
More troubling than his health problems is the uncertainty of succession, choosing the next king to rule Saudi Arabia.
Although the king had confirmed that his eldest living son, Saud, as crown prince, there was still a lot of uncertainty and disagreement. Many groups, like the powerful ulama and some members of the royal family, had not fully committed supporting Saud at that time.
To make matters more complicated, King Abdulaziz's second son, Faisal, introduces yet another layer of unpredictability.
Hey, and guys, like the video if you haven't already, man. Conspiracy Hour, S.E.T Media, man. Y'all called for it. Y'all asked for it, man. We delivered. Go ahead and leave a like. Double tap that screen for your boy, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. Let's keep it going, as well as thoughts, questions, comments. Any interjections, man, can be shared. $1 or more. I'll go ahead and pull your comment up at the top of the screen. Give you a shout out for supporting the channel, as well as read, interact, and respond to what you've shared. Let's keep this thing going, man. S.E.T Media, we appreciate y'all.
He sees weakness in his brother, and that he will crumble under the weight of the crown.
Prince Faisal, second in line for the crown, headed the Saudi delegation. Although he was King Abdul Aziz's second oldest living son, he was widely known in both Saudi and American circles as more capable than his older brother, Saud. He had traveled extensively at the bidding of his father.
Amid the succession uncertainty, King Abdulaziz ibn Saud succumbs to his illness and passes away on November 9th, 1953.
King Ibn Saud of Saudi Arabia, who won a desert kingdom with his sword and huge revenues by shrewd oil leases, died today after a long illness.
King Abdulaziz's passing leaves a void that will be felt for generations. His conquest and unification of the nation were monumental achievements. But his greatest triumph was guiding the country to prosperity through the wealth of its oil, a vision now etched into the skylines of modern cities and reflected in the lives of a thriving people. But his death threatens to unleash massive turmoil, as the transition of power in the Middle East has often been marked by bloodshed and catastrophe. To make matters worse, at the time of the king's death, Crown Prince Saud is away, making a public appearance in Jeddah. King Abdulaziz dies before Saud can return to Taif. This brief moment of power vacuum creates a golden opportunity for Faisal to assert his dominance and potentially declare himself the king of Saudi Arabia. But Faisal does the unthinkable. Upon Saud's return, Faisal makes a shocking decision. He pledges his support to Saud, offering him a ring from their father's hand as a symbol of his loyalty. This gesture sets an example, prompting the court to follow suit and pledge their allegiance to Saud as the new king of Saudi Arabia.
Emir Saud, the new king of Saudi Arabia, was crown prince from 1933 until the death yesterday of Ibn Saud, his father. The decree fixing his...
Man, if you're enjoying this world history lesson, go ahead and drop a like, double tap that screen for your boy, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. Getting into the Saudi Arabians' history, how they came to prominence, how they got all this bread, these M's, these B's, man, really these T's, because they trillionaires, really. But let's get into it, guys. Let's continue the documentary. S.E.T Media. Appreciate the support, guys.
His succession was signed by all members of the Royal High Council when he became crown prince. He is 52 years old.
Faisal has missed the opportunity to take charge. He soon realizes the grave mistake he has just made. After the seemingly smooth transition of power from King Abdulaziz to King Saud, the nation's economic situation quickly deteriorates.
By early 1958, the kingdom was on the brink of a serious financial crisis. The country was in debt, and Saud had directed the treasury to print currency to pay for the new government buildings he had decreed should be built. There was rapid inflation.
And soon, a political crisis erupts. Despite his inner conflict about challenging his older brother, Faisal feels a deep sense of responsibility to ensure the survival of his family's rule and the kingdom. In early 1958, after securing the support of his fellow princes, Faisal takes control of the government.
In early 1958, Faisal, having had enough of his brother's fiscal irresponsibility and concerned for the survival of Al Saud's rule, staged a bloodless palace coup.
Faisal was one of the great leaders I met.
فيصل كان داهية صخرة قوية.
But when Faisal makes a visit to the Treasury Department, he makes a distressing discovery. He realized that the Saudi government had almost completely run out of the treasury reserves. The gold vaults were nearly empty. Faisal fires the finance minister and takes on the role himself, and he immediately implements strict austerity measures for the country.
And what they're demanding of them is what they're calling austerity. Two things. One, cutting government spending, which is what a company does. What does a company do when it can't pay its debt? It fires people, it cuts spending, it sells plant and equipment, it raises money by shrinking. But then the other side is raising taxes and increasing regulations.
Faisal understands that such actions will not make him a popular ruler, but he knows
it is for the greater good.
It is crucial for the country to endure short-term hardships in order to recover from the financial problems exacerbated by the previous administration.
Doesn't that sound familiar? It's kind of always funny how there has to be a fall guy by, some of the negligent leadership that, somebody else kind of causes. You got to have a guy that comes in. He's always the scapegoat, the fall guy. He cleans up the situation, but gets none of the credit. Doesn't that sound familiar? Don't we have a guy like that in American politics?
A period of relative economic austerity in Saudi Arabia was predicted by Middle Eastern diplomats today. They said this would be part of a determined effort by Crown Prince Faisal to straighten out the kingdom's finances.
One of Faisal's key measures is to reduce the profit-sharing agreement with Aramco, which means that his fellow princes and tribal leaders receive a smaller share of the profits. This decision risks losing their support and weakening his position. The powerless King Saud sees this as an opportunity for a comeback. In 1961, Faisal establishes a comprehensive budget for the government, understanding that while the recession will eventually pass, the government must maintain a disciplined, frugal approach to spending. For the budget to take effect, Faisal still needs King Saud to sign off on it, an action that was once merely a rubber stamp formality. With the backing of a faction of princes seeking more money and a bigger budget for themselves, King Saud makes a shocking decision. He refuses to approve Faisal's budget. To Faisal, this is a betrayal of the highest order, leaving him no choice but to resign as finance minister in protest. King Saud is now restored to full power. Faisal knows that his financial policies have prevented the nation from collapsing entirely. He also understands that it's only a matter of time before another opportunity arises, and when it does, he will be prepared to act decisively, this time without mercy. King Saud's extravagant lifestyle finally takes a toll on his health. In late 1961, he seeks medical treatment in Boston, United States, and later in Europe. His extended absence abroad presents a clear opportunity for Faisal.
Faisal took advantage of his brother's absence as stepping stones to regain his power. During his brother's absence, Faisal fired Talal, the finance minister and a close ally of King Saud.
And Faisal doesn't stop there. He slowly removes most of the Saud's allies, including Tariqi. By 1963, as Faisal's influence continues to grow, it becomes clear that King Saud's reign is weakening. Eventually, Faisal realizes that a decisive action has to be taken, one that seems all but inevitable.
The long struggle for power between King Saud and Crown Prince Faisal of Saudi Arabia is over, and Prince Faisal is in complete control, sources close.
Don't come in here talking like that, big dog. Don't come in here talking like that, Anthony, bro. We was cool up until you said that, man.
Close to royal family said here today.
To solidify his rule, Faisal exiles his brother King Saud, ensuring he can never regain power. With his position secure, Faisal can now focus on implementing his vision for the country, and he needs someone with the experience and skill to help bring that vision to life. Saudi Arabia is on the rise. The discovery of oil has completely transformed the nation. Aramco has brought immense wealth to the country, wealth on a scale never seen before. A significant portion of this wealth goes into building infrastructure and modernizing the nation. But the Saud family still lays claim to much of it. And when King Abdulaziz ibn Saud passes away, his eldest son, Saud, proves to be ineffective and overly extravagant. Under King Saud's leadership, the country plunges into a financial crisis due to rampant overspending. Faisal, Saud's brother, steps in and, through intense political maneuvering, eventually ousts King Saud, becoming the undisputed ruler of Saudi Arabia. Faisal vows that under his reign, the country's finances will be managed with wisdom and foresight. But to do that, he needs someone smart and capable to serve as the finance minister. The man who will help Faisal transform Saudi Arabia's financial empire has a prestigious educational background. Zaki Yamani came from a respected family of Islamic legal scholars and later earned degrees from New York University and Harvard Law School.
Aramco's Division of Arabian Affairs, a department responsible for gathering and disseminating information on important Saudis, described Yamani as a personable young lawyer of 31 years old, with considerable legal background and some practical experience in public administration.
In Jeddah, he built a reputation as a skilled lawyer and became an influential figure as a newspaper columnist.
I didn't know it then, but Faisal was reading my articles very carefully. I later discovered that he used to read everything I wrote.
Yamani was a friendly and moderate person. He rarely started any confrontations, preferring to influence others slowly and gradually to get what he wanted. And more importantly, he had a good relationship with the Aramco executives.
For Yamani, his role as finance minister comes with immense responsibility and high expectations. He understands King Faisal's ambitions and is determined to make them a reality. Yamani knows that the most critical driver of Saudi Arabia's prosperity is Aramco, and to secure the nation's future, Saudi Arabia must increase its control over the company. But he realizes that the Americans will not give up ownership willingly. A long-term strategy is necessary.
Yamani did not reveal his vision for Saudi Arabia's oil industry until a conference in Beirut in 1968, where he openly declared that Saudi Arabia desired a 50% share in Aramco. He explained this desire not in terms of Tariqi's Arab nationalism, but rather as the best way for Aramco shareholders to guarantee their long-term interests.
During the meeting, Yamani makes a bold declaration, demanding half ownership of Aramco.
This is when Yamani's patience and skill really stood out. Yamani and King Faisal were both very patient. They decided not to push too hard and instead choose to wait and come up with a plan to gradually take control of Aramco.
Over the next few years, Yamani skillfully negotiates with Aramco, gradually purchasing shares in the company.
And guys, like the video. If you find this video, this world history lesson informative, Saudi Arabia's history, man, how they came to prominence, I'm learning a thing or two my damn self. Shout out. Go ahead and double tap that screen for your boy. Leave a like, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. We appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
In 1972, Saudi Arabia acquires a cumulative 25% stake in Aramco. But for King Faisal, this is not nearly enough. Soon, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will present itself, giving them the chance to take full control of Aramco.
Good evening. The Middle East war produced developments all over the world today. The oil-producing countries of the Arab world decided to use their oil as a political weapon. they will reduce oil production by 5% a month until the Israelis withdraw from occupied territories. If the Arab countries keep that pledge, it would reduce their production by almost 50% in 1 year.
In October 1973, as the Yom Kippur War erupts between Israel and a coalition of Arab states, the global stage is set for a massive economic shock. In retaliation for Western support of Israel, Arab oil-producing nations impose an embargo, drastically cutting oil exports to the US and Europe. Oil prices quadruple overnight, leading to fuel shortages, long lines at gas stations, and inflation across the West. Despite initial hesitation, Saudi Arabia joins the embargo, resulting in significant production cuts and sending oil prices soaring.
Although Saudi Arabia didn't own more than 50% of Aramco at the time, the kingdom still controlled the amount of oil exports, forcing Aramco to cut production and raise prices.
Saudi Arabia leverages its sovereign authority to dictate the amount of oil exported, effectively compelling Aramco to comply with these production cuts. The rapid rise in oil prices during the embargo brings Saudi Arabia enormous financial gains and demonstrates the kingdom's growing control over its oil industry by 1974.
They back up,
Using
baby.
this newfound leverage, Yamani finally persuades the American owners of Aramco to sell more shares to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, shit.
By the end of 1974, Saudi Arabia secures control of 70% of Aramco, effectively taking over the company. For Yamani, it is a monumental achievement in his career.
Yeah.
He is confident.
Damn, so it was an American-founded company. They came in, they gave them 50% of the revenue, guys. They mined the resource. They gave them 50% of the revenue at a certain point in time. They renegotiated, structured for advances on the deal, did all type of stuff, only for them to get enough money to essentially buy the company. Like, whoa, that's the ultimate finesse. I'm not gonna lie. The ultimate finesse. It's like, bro, it was like a $0 investment that they made, low-key. Come in, mine the resource for us. Ultimately, we have enough money to eventually buy the company from you. Now it's our shit. I ain't gonna lie, that was well done. Well done.
That under Faisal's leadership, Aramco will remain the driving force behind the nation's continued prosperity. For Faisal, owning Aramco means wielding influence on a global scale that his father could never have dreamed of. Controlling a significant share of the world's oil production positions Saudi Arabia as one of the most powerful players on the world stage. But Faisal has no idea what fate awaits him next. Zaki Yamani is a master strategist. As a businessman and diplomat, Yamani mastered the art of the game. He successfully leveraged negotiation, strategic deterrence, and asymmetric information to his advantage, outsmarting his American counterparts.
To navigate today's world and its complexity, one must act and think more rationally.
Brilliant.org is a fantastic place to start learning data-driven methods, strategy puzzles, and logic. It is a platform where learning programming can lay a visit it on bustles with activity until
premium subscription.
On a warm day in March 1975, the Royal Palace in Riyadh bustles with activity as citizens and dignitaries gather for their regular audience with King Faisal. He is now a revered ruler for his wisdom and dedication to modernizing Saudi Arabia. Among the crowd that day is the king's nephew, Prince Faisal bin Musaid, who approaches the king for what appears to be a routine greeting. The two share a brief moment, a gesture of familiarity. Prince Faisal bin Musaid moves closer and, in a sudden and shocking moment, pulls out a pistol. 2 shots ring out, shattering the quiet reverence of the gathering.
Damn, really?
The bullets strike King Faisal in the head, and the crowd erupts into chaos.
His own nephew?
Gravely wounded, the king is rushed to the hospital as frantic efforts are made to save his life. Despite the doctor's best attempts, King Faisal succumbs to his injuries, leaving the nation in mourning and the world in shock.
The assassination of King Faisal of Saudi Arabia was recorded on television news film that shows him bending forward to be kissed by the man who shot him. The Cairo newspaper Al Akbar reported today.
Many people believed that it was linked to the death of Prince Khalid bin Musaid, the assassin's brother, who was killed by Saudi security forces during a protest in 1966. Many believed that Prince Faisal was mentally unstable.
I can see that.
The royal family, stunned by the assassination of their beloved monarch, swiftly takes action. Prince Faisal bin Musaid is arrested, tried, and later executed by beheading for his crime.
Damn.
The loss of King Faisal marks the end of a pivotal era in Saudi Arabia, as he had been a key figure in modernizing the nation and strengthening its global influence. The nation mourns deeply for its fallen king, whose legacy leaves an indelible mark on the Arab and Islamic world. After the assassination of King Faisal in 1975, his half-brother, Crown Prince Khalid bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, succeeds him as King of Saudi Arabia. He knows he must honor his late brother by continuing his efforts to modernize the country. For Yamani, the passing of King Faisal is a significant blow to their plan to fully take over Aramco. Little does Yamani know, his own journey will also take a dark turn.
6 terrorists, their weapons concealed in sports equipment bags, burst into a meeting of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries here yesterday, shot 3 persons to death with submachine guns, and held at least 60 people hostage.
On December 21st, 1975, a group of 6 terrorists, led by the infamous Venezuelan revolutionary Carlos the Jackal, Ilit Ramirez Sanchez, storms an OPEC meeting at the Vienna headquarters. Armed and highly organized, they seize 80 hostages, including Ahmed Zaki Yamani and Iran's oil minister, Jamshid Amuzagar. After 2 days of tense negotiations, the terrorists transport the hostages to Algiers, where Yamani is eventually released unharmed, despite the constant threat of assassination.
A band of pro-Palestinian terrorists who shot their way into the Vienna headquarters of the World Oil Cartel Sunday and seized 11 oil ministers and about 80 others as hostages released their remaining captives early today and surrendered in Algiers.
Yamani's brush with death leaves a profound impact on him. A man of deep faith, he believes that Allah spared him for a purpose. Now, more determined than ever, he is committed to fulfilling King Faisal's vision, completing the takeover of Aramco and transforming Saudi Arabia into one of the most powerful nations on earth. By 1976, Yamani finally convinces Aramco to sell 100% of its shares, but at a hefty price of $2 billion.
The Arabian-American Oil Company announced yesterday that a general accord had been reached on major issues involving the total takeover of the company by the Saudi Arabian government.
Observers at the time did not understand why the American shareholders were willing to entertain negotiations to sell their shares. Well, the truth is, so long as the Americans could negotiate continued access to Saudi oil for at least a while, they could abide by Saudi ownership. In fact, it is known that one of the points of contention during the various stock purchase negotiations of the 1970s was the contractual guarantee of oil to these companies.
Why were the Americans so willing to sell? It's so simple. The price was just too good. The achievement was largely due to Yamani's strategic use of patience and subtle intimidation.
By 1980, the transfer of full ownership is complete, and Aramco is now entirely owned by Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's full ownership of Aramco.
The finesse is complete. I ain't gonna lie, yo. It needs to be studied about how the Saudi Arabians were able to let an American company come in, mine their resource, give them half of the revenue, ultimately build them up to be in a position to be able to buy the same company. Yo, I need to study that my damn self. Talk about being able to finesse. Talk about being able to use leverage that you didn't have.
Aramco in 1980 significantly boosts its geopolitical influence and economic power. Controlling the world's largest oil company allows Saudi Arabia to dominate OPEC, stabilize global oil markets, and wield energy as a diplomatic tool. It also secures 100% of Aramco's profits, funding national infrastructure and modernization projects.
But there was a growing skepticism about whether the kingdom could run the company as effectively as the Americans had.
If the country can't manage and run the oil company as effectively as the Americans, Aramco may face declining revenues and strained international partnerships. As a result, Saudi Arabia's global influence could be significantly diminished. At the time of the...
That was the fear, but should I be honest, I had enough time to watch the Americans do it, learn, master it, and then apply it them damn selves. Like, this is a slow process. Like, we came in, we mined it for them for years. They slowly but surely bought shares of the company until they 100% outright owned it. Like, I'm sure they were taking notes, watching, shadowing us, seeing how the process was done the whole time. Me, damn near, I guarantee you that was almost a part of the plan, a part of the strategy. Watch us the whole time, see how it was done, buy it from us, and then operate it on their own.
The buyout, Frank Youngers, a U.S. citizen, remains CEO, and the Saudi government decides to keep him in place to ensure stable operations until a suitable Saudi candidate is found.
One of the great strengths of the Saudi government was their patience. Even after taking over the company, they weren't in any hurry to replace the employees with the Saudi citizens. They even allowed the American CEO to keep his job while they took their time finding a qualified Saudi citizen to lead the company.
By 1988, that person is Ali Al-Naimi. The man destined to lead Aramco to greatness comes from a unique background. Ali Al-Naimi was born in 1935 in Saudi Arabia. But from a very young age, he already began his career at Aramco as an office boy in 1947. Over the years, he steadily worked his way up the company while pursuing his education in the US, earning a degree in geology from Lehigh University and a master's from Stanford University.
Naimi was one of the first Saudis to rise through Aramco's ranks. He had been executive vice president and was the natural choice to serve as the company's first Saudi CEO.
As the new CEO, Naimi focuses on increasing Saudi Arabia's oil production capacity to meet rising global demand and position the country also as the king of oil. And he also begins executing a crucial step of the plan: make Aramco fully Saudi Arabian. Naimi begins training local talent and steadily increasing the number of Saudi Arabian employees and executives. Throughout the 1990s, Aramco's power and influence grow, and Saudi Arabia emerges on the global stage as a force to be reckoned with. But neither Naimi nor Saudi Arabia could anticipate a quiet revolution brewing in the background, one that is poised to challenge their dominance like never before. In the early 2000s, deep beneath the United States lay a vast untapped resource, shale oil and gas, trapped in dense rock formations. For decades, it seemed too difficult and costly to extract. But a small group of pioneering engineers and geologists refused to accept this limitation.
Drill, baby,
and their persistence would soon reshape the global energy landscape.
The breakthrough came with the perfection of two technologies: hydraulic fracturing, or fracking, and horizontal drilling.
Fracking involves injecting a mixture of water, sand, and chemicals into shale rock at high pressure, creating tiny cracks that allow oil and gas to escape. Combined with horizontal drilling, which extends wells across vast shale layers, these techniques significantly increase the surface area from which hydrocarbons can be extracted. Though both technologies existed, it wasn't until the early 2000s that their combination began to unlock shale's true potential. The first major breakthrough occurred in Texas's Barnett Shale, where independent oilmen like George Mitchell refined fracking techniques. By 2003, these methods were producing oil and gas at unprecedented levels. Despite the growing competitive pressure from shales, Naimi makes a grave error by dismissing the threat of shale.
Throughout this fracking boom, Ali al-Naimi said he was not concerned. An energy journalist who covered OPEC recalled asking him several times about the growth of shale oil production. Naimi always said,
yeah, it seems like the same hubris we've seen before with these CEOs. It's kind of commonplace when they think they got the best thing going. Think about a Blockbuster Netflix situation. How many times was Netflix offered a Blockbuster to be acquired? Like how many times? And they said, nah, man, ain't nobody buying, ain't nobody written movies for real. Ain't nobody doing that. And at first Netflix was what? A mail-in service, right? You ordered movies through the mail. It wasn't popular. People didn't really see the potential. Again, Blockbuster was offered Netflix multiple times to be acquired. Turned them down. Seems like the same thing here, guys.
Said, no, it's not a threat. I'm not worried about it.
Soon, U.S. oil production is on the rise, rapidly catching up to Saudi Arabia's output. And the result for Aramco is catastrophic. The sudden surge in U.S. production leads to an oil glut, and by 2014, oil prices collapse, dropping from over $100 per barrel to below $50.
Oof.
This price drop shakes the global oil market, severely impacting major producers like Saudi Arabia, Russia, and other OPEC countries. Saudi Arabia, long the world's oil superpower, faces competition it hadn't anticipated. In response, it maintains high production levels in an effort to drive out higher-cost shale producers. But U.S. shale proves more resilient than expected, quickly adapting to the lower prices.
Take a look at this. The S&P Energy Index, again, is down 20% during that same time that we saw the recent peak in crude. That's June 20th. So prices of crude have fallen 24%, and now the S&P Energy Index has dropped by about 20% as well.
Saudi Aramco was able to keep high production at a low cost during the shale revolution, and also the 2014 oil crash was its position as a nationalized company with the full support of the government. This forced many other companies and countries out of the business.
Aramco manages to survive thanks to its strength and resilience. By 2017, Aramco remains the largest oil producer in the world, accounting for roughly 10% of global oil production. But the shale revolution has shaken both the company and Saudi Arabia to their core. A new, charismatic ruler of Saudi Arabia decides that the time has come for a change. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, born in 1985, is the eldest son of King Salman's third marriage. He quickly rises to prominence within the royal family, becoming Crown Prince in 2017 after his father assumed the throne in 2015. His ascent involves replacing his cousin, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Nayef, as the heir apparent, a move that consolidates MBS's power.
Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has detained his uncle, two cousins, and a former crown prince, accusing them of plotting a coup. The move is being seen as an attempt to remove potential rivals to his succession to the throne before his father dies or abdicates. Two of them have consistently been mentioned as potential replacements for the crown prince.
Securing his power, MBS launches an ambitious plan to modernize Saudi Arabia's economy through the Vision 2030 initiative.
نعتمد بحول الله اليوم استراتيجية صندوق الاستثمارات العامة 2021 إلى 2025 التي تمثل مرتكزا رئيسيا في تحقيق طموحات وطننا الغالي نحو النمو الاقتصادي ورفع جودة الحياة وتحقيق مفهوم التنمية الشاملة والمستدامة في مختلف القطاعات التقليدية والحديثة.
This plan aims to reduce the kingdom's dependence on oil, particularly Aramco, by investing in other sectors like tourism, technology, and renewable energy. Among the Vision 2030 initiative.
Wow, it took them this long to realize they was going to have to diversify from oil. Honestly, as smart as it started off, I would have wanted to see them have a little bit more forethought when it came to this energy thing. Like, come on, guys, you couldn't expect you to have the monopoly on energy for forever, just having that stranglehold on the oil. Like, you got to understand, if there was other sources, I mean, they kind of dropped the ball even with the fracking, but you got to understand, even beyond that, there's other sources of energy out there. You got to understand there was going to be some competition. You were going to have to diversify eventually. Even if oil was your main holding, you got to throw your eggs in a little bit more baskets.
Is a shocking decision.
Saudi Aramco has made it official and taken the record for the largest, biggest IPO in history. A few moments ago, it confirmed $25.6 billion had been raised with an IPO. Now, that in itself is not the biggest number, but extrapolate out the 1.5% sold to the total company, and it makes Aramco the most valuable publicly traded company in the world.
In 2019, the partial IPO of Aramco is launched, selling a small portion of the state oil giant to raise funds for these diversification efforts. After the 2019 IPO of Aramco, Saudi Arabia enters a new era of economic transformation. The sale of a small stake raises billions for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's Vision 2030, aiming to diversify the economy beyond oil.
While Aramco kept leading global oil production, the kingdom began to invest heavily in tourism, entertainment, and renewable energy. Mega projects like Neom, a futuristic city, show their move towards innovation.
From its humble beginnings, Saudi Arabia rises from the desert sands, transforming from a poor, isolated kingdom into a global economic powerhouse. Through strategic foresight and determination, the nation leverages its vast oil reserves, gains full control of Aramco, and reshapes the global energy landscape. Today, Saudi Arabia stands as a dominant force in world business, driven not only by its oil wealth, but also by its bold vision for the future. The kingdom's journey from poverty to power is a testament to its resilience and ambition, cementing its crucial role in shaping both the global economy and its own destiny.
I don't know about y'all, but I like that. That was super informative. I learned a lot. Definitely, obviously knew about some of the dealings between the United States, the petrodollar, Saudi Arabia, how they kind of came into prominence, but that gave a lot of interesting detail and background information that I didn't have, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers learned something too. So if you like that, man, drop a like. Go ahead and double tap the screen for your boy on the way out. We're going to round this stream out, man. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. We appreciate all the support to tonight's stream, man. Let me give a shout out to everybody who was able to view, like, comment in the chat, but a special shout out to the following, man. We got our super chatters, man. Y'all drive the show. We appreciate the support from you guys, man. And literally, man, y'all drive the show. Y'all keep the thing going. And if it wasn't for the following, man, yeah, we definitely appreciate the following. Daniel Castro, Vladstein, D Murdoch, Zoloff, always appreciated. Who else we got? T Burke or T Benke, my bad. Twan 42, Big T, Vladstein, special shout out, first super chat of the stream. We appreciate all the support, guys. Gonna go ahead and round this one out. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss out, man. S.E.T Media, we're live daily. If you're new to the channel, go ahead and leave your post notifications on so you don't miss out, man. Got something new for y'all every day. We appreciate all the support. Yeah, I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Guys, leave a like on the way out. Love you guys, man. See y'all tomorrow. S.E.T Media. Peace.
you.